Ask about our limited time buy one get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
There's a battle flag that was raised in you, buried in the dark. There's an open road, and it's pulling you out from where you are. So hold on to and carry it. Headlights burn wide, guide me through the night. Foresight, remind me not to turn these tides. There's a path ahead, and it's calling you out from where you are. So realize and wear it all.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Rams are on their way to the Super Bowl with Joe Burrow and the Bengals. LT is here, no hat, ready to go, and wondering whether or not he'll go to Los Angeles or not.
He will.
We'll discuss that maybe for the next 2 weeks. Fluid situation. Alabama gets a big win. Auburn wins their first ever home game as the number one team in the country. Coaching changes going on everywhere. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, Lunsford off camera here because Brown has a great idea. We don't know where to start today. A lot of leads. Bruce Pearl's got a contract, so we're going to...
Dang, I forgot to put that in there.
We're going to bring in John Lunsford here with our Vulcan Tire Automotive hat here. Let Brown do the drawing over here.
Yeah, Jim does not want to be on the hook for talking about the wrong thing.
No,
Do not draw Peyton Manning and Emily in Paris.
I did not draw that. I didn't
That's not
think that
in
was
there.
as funny as it. I mean, I thought it was good. It was well done.
Yeah.
No, I think it was good because we had talked about it on the show weeks before.
Put this in as a joke, too. Jim goes into the Montevallo Hall of Fame.
No, we're not talking about that.
No, we got pictures. Forrester's got
we're
photos.
not talking about that.
Put up the photos. No, come on,
I
guys.
did not even put that in
If we
there.
start,
Put
if
it
we
in as a
start there,
joke.
I'm walking out.
There's Dunaway in the Hall of
Okay,
Fame
there you
speech.
go. I'm in the Hall of Fame. I'll be there
Beautiful.
forever.
Funeral,
I'll be there forever.
Funeral flowers up front. There's Maggie and Harper.
Yes,
Yeah.
there you go. There's the plaque. I'm in the Hall of Fame. There
What else you got, Scott? Is that it? There's the plaque.
There's the plaque
Yeah.
right there.
Look at
All
that
right.
arm cross.
There we go.
Dunaway in the Hall of Fame.
There we
Yeah,
go.
very
Look at-
serious.
Thank you.
TV anchor
Thank you to
look.
Montevallo.
All right.
Thank you to everybody
Jim
there.
Dunaway in the Hall
Next
of Fame.
drawing.
Next. I put that in as a joke. Of course, I drew it right away.
Why would you even
course.
put that in there first?
As a joke, Jim.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you guys, everybody. It was fun.
Alabama Baylor.
That's going to be the lead? Oh my God!
I hate it when he does this.
Well,
I hate it.
I just meant basketball in general. So let's just start with basketball in general. We'll work our way to the NFL and then the big football news. But Alabama bounces off the mat there. They get up and they beat Baylor, as someone called it on the show on Friday. They did it. It happened.
Look, they played extremely well. And look, Baylor wasn't 100%. You guys watched that game. But, boy, I tell you, and I think it was Jimmy Dykes who brought this up. Baylor's one of the most athletic teams in college basketball. Alabama was more athletic.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, Baylor was missing one of their better athletes, too. So,
Yeah,
to
look,
be fair, but
I mean, Akinjo wasn't 100%. L.J. Cryer, your leading scorers out. I mean,
Right.
those are big losses
They
for
are.
Scott Drew. Still not an excuse. You still got to be able to, have an opportunity to win that game. I mean, Bama basically dominated. After that 14-2 run, the game was over. They cut it to 4 with 3 minutes to go, and then J.D. Davison took that game over. But Alabama played with a ton of energy. The crowd seemed great. I don't know if either one of you guys was in Coleman
I
Coliseum.
was not. I was watching on TV. I watched both games on the TV.
I ironically was in Auburn Arena.
Yeah.
Well,
But-
sometimes you
but-
do the double dip.
Yeah.
That one would have been tough for the back-to-backers, but it came across on TV as a hot atmosphere in Coleman Coliseum. And I don't know that it shook Baylor any, but it seemed like Baylor kind of struggled with it a little bit.
First of all, the Alabama student section this year has been unbelievable, even on nights when the crowd doesn't show up. You see some of the students there. And Nate Oats called it our first hard sellout of the year. I don't know what that meant compared to the other sellouts.
I guess that meant there was a ticket demand.
Yeah, hard sellout of the year, but it was to the rafters in Coleman Coliseum. And I think what really jolts Alabama fans, they've got 5 wins over the top 15. And they've lost to Georgia and Missouri.
Can't figure it out, man.
So I think what would infuriate you as a fan or a coach or a teammate is why the heck can't we do that every week, right?
So schizophrenic, it doesn't make any sense. When you've got 3 wins over Final Four teams from 2021. I mean, arguably the 3 – I mean, at a given time, Gonzaga, Houston, and now Baylor – I mean, at a given time outside of, Auburn and Kentucky, the best teams in college basketball.
I mean, if you just look at the Ken Palm today, which basketball people love, they have beaten 1, 2, and 5.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 5. I mean, Alabama has got better wins than anybody in college basketball.
That's right. And that's what infuriates you if you're an Alabama fan.
And by the way, number 3 is less than a week away. They're going to play number 3 in the Ken Palm. Oh, by the way, number 6 is this week.
Yeah.
I mean, if Alabama can win the 2, and
Who's number 3? Kentucky?
Kentucky's number 3 in the
So
Ken
this
Palm.
week you play 6 and 3.
You play 6 and 3 this week. I mean, Alabama has an opportunity. It's a long shot, but an opportunity to finish this week with wins over 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 in the Ken Pom. I mean, that's pretty incredible that you've even got that opportunity.
You didn't take me up on the steak offer on Friday.
Yeah, well, one leg done.
But I'm willing to go even stakes at Alabama loses the next 2 games.
I will not take that bet. I thought they would win 1 of 3, and I thought Baylor was the one they would win.
And for the record, I did end up playing Alabama +3. Gave it out.
That's a great roll, and Alabama gets that win. Now they go to play Auburn on Tuesday, and I was down at Auburn Arena this week. That team is so deep. Jabari comes back and plays great. They dominated a good Oklahoma team.
No,
now, it's not the best team in the Big 12, but it's a good Oklahoma team that'll be in the tournament. In that game, I know it got close in the second half, but Auburn blew that team out.
Oh, look, they played great defense. Oklahoma shoots less than 40%. Auburn couldn't hit their threes. If they would have hit any of their threes, you're talking about a 30-point game. But, Auburn was great from the stripe. Since that moment, Bruce Pearl said, we've got to get to the free throw line more. 26 attempts on Saturday.
And
they hit them, by the way.
I'll give Oklahoma credit, though. I mean, that game looked lost by them at halftime. They came out and played pretty well. I mean, Porter Mosier's obviously a really good coach, right?
Yep.
They came out and played pretty well to start that second half, and you did well enough that you thought, well, if Auburn's got a little bit of this Missouri hangover, if a little of the Missouri game is still left in Auburn's bloodstream, this game could get really interesting. And Auburn flipped a switch. I don't have it right in front of me. I guess about the 8-minute mark, maybe the 10-minute mark of the second half. Blew them, ran them out at that point.
I thought it was going to be a blowout at halftime, and then when it got close, and then they ended up doing it. But the Jabari Smith-Walker-Kessler combination, 44 points, 21 rebounds. They were dominating the boards, and then you can bring in a Cambridge that is hardworking, and the other guys off the bench. It's just it's a deep team, and Flanagan's not back to 100%. I think that's obvious if you watch him. He's still struggling off that injury, but continues to start and get a lot of playing time. Auburn is legitimately one of the, if not the best team in the country. Now you get Alabama playing at Auburn on Tuesday night, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, national television, ESPN, the main game on the main ESPN. And Alabama feels like they found their way. They usually play to their competition, but now you're going into arguably the toughest place in America to play a basketball game.
Yeah, and I don't know how you deal with that front court if you're Alabama. I mean, Kessler and Smith, they said it after the game. I think it was Bruce Pearl. Somebody brought it up. This is probably the best front court in all of basketball. You've won 17 consecutive games, Kessler and Smith, when they play like that. I mean, Green's been so good off the bench for Auburn, and, he was a non-factor, 1 of 8, 17 minutes. But that front court is just so dominant. And, Dwan Gary had a really good game for Alabama on Saturday. You got to be able to negate that somehow, and I don't know how Bama does it.
I'll tell you how you negate
it's
it.
hitting the three.
You hit 15 3-pointers. That's probably may not take 15. What do you think it would take?
Last time they hit double-digit threes, I'll keep bringing this up until they do it.
Before Davidson, right?
It was Davidson.
Davidson?
Yeah, December 21st.
Yeah, I mean, and Quinterly played the best ball he's played in quite a while. I mean, I would say that's Alabama's only shot at neutralizing that front court at Auburn is hitting 12 or 15 threes,
The basketball arenas I go to, mostly Coleman Coliseum, Bartow Arena, and the BJCC in that order. Frequently, I'm at Coleman Coliseum. That's where I'm at the most. I've been to Auburn Arena now for 5 games in its existence and 4 under Bruce. And this is not a humble brag. I'm just doing this for context. I was on row 1, right behind the scorer's table.
Was it a good enough ticket for you? Because when I put you on row 1 that time, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, occasionally the referee would block what I'm looking at while he was deciding, correcting something with the scores.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But I'm only bringing up the point that sitting on row 1, basically on the bench, down on the court, as opposed to under the scoreboards in the corner where I usually sit, but always in the lower bowl.
Right.
The place looks so much smaller and intimidating from down there. Like, you look up and you can see the standing room only people and the roof. And, I was right at mid-court on the floor, so I'm like, this place is small. And everyone is on top. It is an intimidating place to play basketball.
Probably the way opponents fill at Cameron Indoor. I mean, I've never been inside Cameron Indoor.
I've been there, but not for a basketball game. Walked through an empty gym.
Does it feel the same size as Auburn Arena? Or small? I would guess it feels smaller.
It feels smaller for some reason, but it was empty.
Because I think it probably is.
Yeah. But like it didn't feel as intimidating up in the seats where I was in the other times.
Yeah.
But sitting down there, I was like,
when everything's poured down on you.
but this is it. I mean, everything is above you. When everything was above me, it's not that much above you. It's
Yeah.
a small arena, and it is jam packed with 9,000 people. And that wasn't even the craziest atmosphere I've seen there. I don't know what it's going to be like for Alabama on Tuesday night. It is such a tough place to play.
I think it'd be great.
That's my seat. So that's what it looks like.
Like you're subbing in.
And that's the upper deck. I mean, that's the top, and there's the
Well,
ceiling.
let me ask you. So, how do you go from getting bounced from NBA scouts for the
Kentucky game.
game?
Jim Flex, didn't he?
To sitting there.
My friend Presley Redmond had those seats.
Jim Flex.
So,
he's like, I didn't get a credential for the Georgia, which you weren't going to go to that game anyway, right? The Kentucky
Well,
game.
you got to donate straight to the Jabari Fund to have those tickets. I mean, straight cash too, right? ATM, that good smelling cash.
There was a
Freshly
discussion.
printed.
There was a discussion of someone around me about getting a letter about joining some NIL group
Interesting.
for football.
Yeah,
not for basketball, for football.
for football.
So,
it looks
there
like the basketball ones do it quite well. I think
the high rollers were all around me. Yes.
Now, that'll be a big ticket tomorrow night. I mean, I know it's a late
yes.
Tuesday night game, but I've already talked to some Alabama fans that are making the drive down.
Yeah. So and if Presley wanted to take me back, I would be glad to sit in those seats again
Really?
tomorrow
You would
night.
do that for him?
I'll go with you. If you got an extra one.
Because it came with access to the suites underneath, and that's where I bumped into Barkley, and free alcohol, free food, and it was a good setup there. But
Is it
that's
good food?
Small arena. Oh yeah, I mean it rolls with some of our sponsors
Woo. Boy, I just pulled up ATEX.
for that game.
Yes,
Does it
for Auburn and Alabama.
get in 500?
Well, these are lower levels.
it can't be that big.
No, the lower level. So 113, which is kind of corner baseline, row 21, $7.49 a piece.
My God.
I mean, how are Auburn
That may
tickets?
be my buddy Johnny Orr's tickets.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't blame Johnny for selling them.
I'd sell them in a heartbeat. Lower.
I'd sell them to 49ers fans.
That was not a problem yesterday,
No,
by the
it
way.
wasn't.
That was not a problem.
Same section, row 20. So it's they're a little cheaper. I'd go with this one. $6.99 a pop.
Yeah. $6.99 a pop.
That's on ATEX.
For a regular season basketball game where it really doesn't matter either team wins or loses.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I mean, Auburn would probably lose number one if they lost that game, but I mean, what's it matter? They're still a 1 seed.
Yeah. All right, so that's basketball. A lot more to get. What now?
We're going to draw again?
Yeah, we're going to draw again. But first, our friends at Odie's want to remind you that part of the show being brought to you by the great folks who bring you trivia every Wednesday night.
Yeah, I got to bring it up, though, man. You could have gotten a cheaper ticket, I think, in Indy to Alabama, Georgia.
Oh, heck yes.
Than what is Tuesday night for
Oh,
a regular
there's
season
absolutely
basketball
no
game.
doubt about that.
Not even close.
Wow, it's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's, located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food for 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, burgers, delicious sandwiches like the Diablo sandwich. Get in, enjoy ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. And remember, every Wednesday, it's Odie's Team Trivia. Come join us. It's right there, Odie's Tavern, Crestline
If you're
Village.
just joining us, John Lunsford from Behind the Big Glass with so many topics we're drawing out of This is where, if we ever have the money to buy the
I
spinning
wanted to
wheel.
do that, yeah.
This is where we do the wheel.
And those
wheel-
things go like $40.
The wheel of topics.
Yeah, we want a big one, Rockstar.
Auburn offensive coordinator situation.
Ooh, this was my lead story, and I got voted down. Brian Harsin, who would you call bumpy first year?
Well, I would say Valley Avenue potholes. A lot of people won't get those references, but we drove that course every day to the old job. It's beyond bumpy. Look, it started out, I don't know. I think people were kind of torn on the hire. I thought it was an unusual out-of-the-box hire. And then for a minute, I thought it looked really good. But, you're talking about not sticking the landing in year one. And you talk about guys that have left the program and now this coaching staff. And it looks like he's building an all-Boise staff, doesn't it?
Well, that's what it's trending towards if Austin Davis does not, in fact, keep this job. And
So update everyone
Yeah,
on,
okay,
on
so-
what's
the
happened with
facts
Austin
on what's
Davis?
going on with Austin
We
Davis.
thought this was a done deal, right?
it's a little murky. Auburn has announced him, so he accepted the job. I mean, I don't know what level you have to reach for Auburn to actually send out the press release. Like, does a name have to be on a contract somewhere, for the school to send out the press release? Because a lot of times you'll get the reports, like so-and-so has accepted the job, and then 2 days later you'll get the press. For instance, like Derek Mason. The story broke, and then the next day Auburn sends out a press release about coaching changes.
Yeah.
So,
for example, today Alabama on the offensive line, Eric Wolford
Hey, now that's
from
in the hat.
Kentucky.
Don't
I'm
jump
not
to
going to
that.
details, but right now it's reported he's coming to Alabama,
Okay.
but nothing's official.
that's
yet.
right. So, it's frequent that the school will announce it. So they've got to dot some I's and cross some T's. So Lance Auburn's announced it. So, I mean, Davis was far enough down the road that Auburn was comfortable saying, hey, it's official. He's our guy. So the reports from everybody that covers Auburn right now are, and I don't even know who to credit had it first. I saw Nathan King 24/7, our guy J.G. Tate, our guy Justin Hokanson. All those guys have reported
For
it.
the record, Nathan, you can be our guy too.
Yeah, I have no earthly idea who reported it first. All those guys do great jobs. That Austin Davis showed up and then basically, varying reports of what exactly happened, but he needed some time away. He went away and he's never come back. And at this point, it appears, I would say unlikely he comes back, but it's at least questionable whether he comes back to the Auburn staff. Now, it's being, depending on who you listen to, and I don't think Austin has spoken yet that I'm aware of to anyone, or I haven't seen anything from his side. I've seen everything from the Auburn side, that maybe he was a little overwhelmed with, boy, this recruiting thing, I've never really done this. This is a load. I don't have to do this in the NFL. Or he got there and he's like, you know what? I've had second thoughts. I really like my NFL life.
Or is there a chance he got there and is like, so I'm not calling plays?
Well, I've not heard that. But, that may be what his side of the story is.
Is there a chance he got there and he was like, I'm going to basketball school?
Wait a minute. They're number one in basketball, not football? So I don't know the whole story.
Right.
I would say, and it's just my guess right now, but I would say it seems fairly unlikely he comes back. I mean, he's missed, if these reports are true, the heat of the second wave of recruiting. That's pretty important.
But, situations like this, they will end up backfiring on Brian Harsin if you don't win games.
Right.
And if Brian Harsin goes out and throws another 6-6 up, I mean, they lost 5 games to end 2021. Another 6-6 could get him run. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, because just the coaching situation has been really, really bumpy for him. Valley Avenue bumpy. I mean, first of all, he had to fire a assistant coach 3 games in. I mean, I've never seen that happen. And that was a first. You fire your wide receivers coach, not even a coordinator.
And you never hear a lot about why that happened.
Yeah, you fire a wide receivers coach, I think it was 3 games in. You have to fire your first offensive coordinator in Mike Bobo. You lose your first defensive coordinator after 1 season to Derek Mason. And now you've potentially lost the replacement for the offensive coordinator you had to fire. I mean, that's in 365 days, that's a lot. That's a lot in your coaching staff.
And the Iron Bowl this year is in Tuscaloosa.
It is.
Which usually in the past has set up for an occasional blowout.
Auburn has not fared well basically since the comeback in Tuscaloosa.
So you could be ending the year with a rough game.
I mean, at least right now going into it, I don't know how optimistic Auburn fans are, but it looks like this could be a rough year.
Yeah. So they're not. If you're on the Brian Harsin flight, there's no beverage service right now. Everyone's in their seatbelt and they're not walking down the aisles.
What a weird analogy.
I do wonder where Auburn fans sit right now on Harsin. Again, I mean, it might not be fair after 1 year, but with all of this attrition, and by the way, you lost your starting quarterback, and I think some Auburn fans might have been excited about that. But,
I don't think they were heartbroken. I think they would have liked a better.
But not in a million years could we have envisioned Bo Nix, an Auburn guy, leaving that program.
Everything is Bruce's contract, Auburn basketball, and even more than football. I heard, I was here last night. It was sold out. Did you see Suni Lee last night? Auburn gymnastics beat Alabama's gymnastics.
Has she done pretty well for them? That's the gold medal winner, right?
It was her first time to compete in the all-around.
Okay,
since
so
joining Auburn,
she hasn't been competing.
and she won it and almost had a perfect score in the beam, which was her thing. But I mean, she won the Olympic all-around. Is anybody shocked she's going to?
Really, what is it? I mean,
this is
the pressure. She has to every time she goes out, she's got to win. Right?
Now, I'm not sure there were 9,000 people at the Olympic gymnastics, and they get pretty loud at college gymnastics. There's an adjustment, but it was a big win for them.
I mean, this is basically Brooks Koepka showing up at a college golf event.
That's right.
That's what this is, right?
I'm not sure J.R. Smith is intimidated by the crowd at North Carolina A&T, wherever he's playing right now. All right, one more draw from the hat?
I don't know. We're close to the break.
Well,
we got to get to Luginbill.
We need a quick draw.
We got to get to Luginbill. I don't want to burn through. These are good topics. I don't want to burn through them.
Okay, well, I thought we were going to get them all in here.
Oh,
and then
negative. Look, there's still 5 more in the hat.
Well, Lunsford has a job to do.
Well, he's going to do the job. I can hold the hat.
Okay, all right. John Lunsford, thank you so much.
Great job, Lunsford. That was
fantastic. Thank you so much. You're on the way to being in the Birmingham Southern Athletics Hall of Fame.
That's right. He should be.
All right. So that's the first segment there. We'll get to the rest of the topics, including Alabama hiring an offensive line coach, looking probably for an OC job, everything that went on yesterday in the National Football League. But congratulations, heartfelt congratulations to your Rams winning the NFC Championship
the
on your
hat.
way to
We'll
the
get
Super
there.
Bowl.
I appreciate
It's in
that.
the hat.
Yeah, look, and I know we've got a lot. We've got 2 weeks to talk about this, but they were at 7-4, and I bought a ticket off of you, and I really think that karma, it swung the season. I really
Interesting.
believe that had a lot to do with it.
There's the ticket. Now, my buddy Mike Kennedy, who bought this ticket for me, he was in Vegas, and I said, hey, do me a favor. I'm going to Venmo you $50. Give me $50. And I've yet to have the guts to tell him, but see, you're going to win what?
Well, I mean, I gave you $100 cash, and I gave you a steak dinner. So, I mean, I'm gonna get back $412 on the ticket.
Yeah. So I think you gave me 2 steaks. I can't remember if it was 1 or 2.
Yeah, I mean, I paid a lot for that ticket.
Yeah, $100, and I think it was
And
2
again,
steaks.
they were 7-4
Yeah.
when we did this.
Yeah, at least 1 steak, but maybe 2 steaks. So at least I got face value back for it for me, because it's a $300 trip with alcohol and everything when we go get steaks. So to me, I felt like I got a good deal out of
Well,
it.
especially at 7-4, nobody thought the Rams were going to win the NFC.
Now, it's fake money for you. It's a free steak. You gave away a free steak, but for me, it's real money.
Well, no, but I gave you a $100 bill.
Yeah, you got $100 cash and that steak. So I feel like I got my end out. Now you're getting your money back. So
Oh, look,
Everybody's a winner
it
here.
worked out, absolutely.
yeah, so good. Congratulations to you, and your team gets to go to the Super Bowl. And I sort of, did a little landmine for you yesterday on Twitter, but
I heard about that. Do we have that tweet we can put up later?
we can show it later.
Okay.
It's out there forever. I mean, it was a great call by me at that point, and I did it intentionally.
I still don't believe you did it intentionally, but I'll roll with that. Brown, do you believe that?
I really don't know.
Because it's 17-7 after the Kittle touchdown. That game was over.
But I like Dunaway playing the show here.
It was not over. And everybody knew what I was doing when I did it. Everybody knew what I was doing. All right, here we go. 9:21, Luginbill is up next. The show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. We'll talk to Lugs about these changes on everybody's coaching staff. But Mortgage Right want to make sure you're prepared if your housing situation changes.
Yeah, with another year done and dusted, you want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. That is our friends at Mortgage Right. They can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All right, a lot of basketball talk in that first segment. We're going to get to football here with Lugs, but we will tell you the Super Bowl. The line started at 3.5, quickly went up to 4 last night. Rams a favorite over the Bengals, and that's Super Bowl 56 a week from this Sunday. A lot to talk about on that and more coming up. But first, back to the college game.
Yeah, let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline where ESPN's Tom Luginbill joins us, courtesy of Johnston RV's neighbor, Jack's Western Wear, right there in Coleman. What is up, Lugs? How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. I want to start with Jackson Dart going to Ole Miss. We haven't had a chance to talk to you since Lane Kiffin landed him. We kind of agree that they may now have the second-best quarterback situation only behind Bryce Young in the Southeastern Conference. Do we overrate Jackson Dart there? Is that about right, you think?
No, I don't think you overrate him at all. In fact, I've kind of felt for the last month or so that the sweepstakes for Jackson Dart, that's going to be the true winner in the transfer portal. I know all the attention has been placed on Caleb Williams, but I think Jackson Dart, from a high-end upside standpoint, the fit between Lane Kiffin and that scheme and what his skill set is, he's only scratched the surface of what I'm hoping he can be and what I expect him to be. So I think this is a huge haul, and it's going to be interesting. Come Wednesday at the end of signing day, before we head into a long dead period, who are the winners in the transfer portal? Everybody's looking at, some of the names left on the board at the high school level, but you look at Ole Miss and you looked at tight end Michael Trigg or Jackson Dart. I mean, 40% of their class are transfer portal guys. They may not sign a high school guy on Wednesday. So, it's going to be interesting over the next coming years to see how teams strategize with this thing and what is the upside? What's the downside? Where are the loopholes? What could get you in trouble? And I think it's going to be fascinating to watch unfold, throughout college football.
Hey, Lincoln Riley's an intelligent guy. You don't run Jackson Dart off unless you know you've got Caleb Williams. What is taking so long on this announcement?
Probably NIL. Probably the fact that you're trying to, through either your representative or how the market seems to be shaking out, who the suitors are that are coming after you. Where's what I call the BBD, the bigger, better deal, right? And if you're USC and you're Lincoln Riley, I mean, I can't imagine that there would be any better NIL opportunities in all of college football than right smack dab in the middle of Los Angeles. I mean, it just seems to make too much sense. And I think too, in a lot of ways, because you could make this same assessment of Jackson Dart. I think a lot of this gets dragged on because it adds publicity, it adds exposure, and you kind of get caught up in the whole recruiting process. Once again, right, wrong, or indifferent, we're still dealing with young people. They still love the spotlight.
Josh Gaddis becomes an interesting figure right now for me at Michigan, because Jim Harbaugh still looks to me like he could leave for the NFL. Vikings or Dolphins, They're interested. Does Gaddis get promoted for an interim, or does he get the job? Do they hire from somewhere else? Does Gaddis leave and go be OC somewhere else if Harbaugh leaves? Is Alabama in play with Bill O'Brien? Where's Josh Gaddis on your radar as an OC, and is he an interesting piece with these still moving parts as we switch to February?
Well, I think he's a very, very interesting piece. And I think the one concern that you'd have to have if Jim Harbaugh decides to move on to the National Football League, if you're Josh Gaddis, is are there any sitting head coaches in college football that could look to upgrade, that are highly successful, that would look at Michigan as a step up, a Matt Campbell, if you will? It would be a name that would come to my mind. Aside from that, I think that what they've been able to transition to under Josh Gaddis' leadership on offense, how they have actually become more explosive. They have become more dynamic. I think a lot of that is that they finally settled and have hit on potentially not just one, but two quarterbacks in Cade McNamara and obviously J.J. McCarthy. So there's some excitement going forward. I can't imagine that hasn't established some goodwill internally with the administration at Michigan. So I would imagine that if this comes to fruition for Jim Harbaugh, you have to take a long, long look at Josh Gaddis from the intimate knowledge of the infrastructure there currently. You'd have to listen to what his blueprint and his plan is and how he would sort it out and execute it. And yes, there are guys like Bill O'Brien out there. There are going to be some other top names that would be out there, but that just makes too much sense to me. If I'm Josh Gaddis and I'm Michigan's alumni, the power brokers, whoever may be involved in the decision-making process, if this were to play out, boy, you've got to take a long, long look there.
Well, and that may be an opening with Bill O'Brien leaving. We'll talk about an opening it looks like Alabama has filled that wasn't even an opening yet. ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Luginbill joins us courtesy of Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, exit 304 I-65 there in Coleman. Alabama is hiring Eric Wolford to replace Doug Marrone, who's going back to the NFL. I don't know how well you know Wolford, but I know under John Schlarman, who unfortunately lost his life in that battle with cancer.
Yeah,
they were really good. He took over. It's Kentucky's offensive line. I mean, it's been one of the better parts of their team, hasn't it?
It has. It's began and ended up front. You look at that blue wall, as they call it. I had them in the bowl game in their win versus Iowa. I mean, they're just a really well-coached, fundamentally sound, tough, physical unit. And you could say the same thing about Eric Wolford's offensive line football teams when he was at South Carolina under Steve Spurrier. Everybody talks about Steve Spurrier and the fun and gun. That was a football team that ran the football. They ran the football down people's throats. It began up front. And again, I think you got to go back to Eric Wolford's beginnings. This was an offensive lineman under Bill Snyder at Kansas State. He was a GA under Bill Snyder at Kansas State. You don't play football at Kansas State under Bill Snyder unless you are a physically tough person. So I think an offensive line does take on the personality of the offensive line coach. A lot of proof in the pudding with Eric Wolford and the production that his units have had over the years.
So staff turnover, 3-loss season, and now Clemson, after 7 straight top 10 classes, including the number 1 class in 2020, you guys have them 14th. What is going on right now with Dabo Swinney?
It's a good question. I think it's far from a sky is falling mentality. I actually happen to think it was, without question, the best coaching job Dabo Swinney and his staff did this year. When guys, look at Clemson under his leadership and that locker room and the people in that building under that leadership. When was the last time any of them ever failed? When had they ever dealt with adversity? They're not even in the college football playoff scene out of the month of September. They could have easily folded their chair and gone home, and they didn't. And they actually played really, really well down the stretch. I think that they had a span when things weren't going well, where the competitors, when I say the chums in the water and the sharks are circling, the competitors that are competing against a Clemson, the Ohio States, the Alabamas, the Georgias, the Floridas, what have you, pounced. And they had some opportunities, pulled some kids away while some negativity was swirling around the program. I don't know if this is a dip, if this is anything that should be looked at as chronic. I just think it might be something that is more magnified because we haven't seen it under Dabo Swinney's leadership. We haven't seen them not have a top 5 or a top 8 class. So to me, I'm kind of withholding judgment until I see that from a recruiting standpoint, all of a sudden on the field, they can no longer compete, or they aren't the team that we've seen for the last 13 or 14 years. If I do have an area of criticism, though, it is in the offensive line. That is not a championship football team in the offensive line. They have not gone out and been able to, get an Evan Neal type or a Nicholas Petit-Frere at Ohio State, that type of guy. So I think they've got a lot of catching up to do in recruiting the offensive line. Everywhere else, I think they're going to be just fine. There's a lot of young players on that roster that were recruited in the last 2 classes that played a ton of football for them this fall.
It's a developing story here, so I'm not going to put you on the spot to break any news or anything, but Auburn may be changing some staff members again. Austin Davis may or may not be the OC or on this coaching staff. We're waiting until he meets with Brian Harsin a little bit later on today, according to reports. But if he's not on the coaching staff and it ends up being 2 coordinators that Brian Harsin had with him at Boise State, as a guy who coached at a high level and has covered the sport for a long time, is that something you've ever seen before? Do you have a problem with that, or is that something that you see pretty often that hey, I want guys around me I'm familiar with?
Well, I think that's fairly familiar territory for most coaches. If you're like-minded, if you have the same approach, if you have a respect and an understanding for that individual, and you know what that individual has done for you in the past, then it kind of makes it the easy path to go down, right? In the interim, though, I think the concern is that whether it's recruiting, whether it's public perception, whether it's fan perception, it doesn't look good when it looks like there's disarray, right? From a recruiting perspective, it's never good if things look uncertain or there's instability. That part of it's got to get righted, and I think righted in a hurry, maybe more so than who it is that they write it with. They've got to get some stability back there. And, what happens going forward, if you have some type of continuity as a staff going forward year in and year out, then you're going to be in a much better position than they currently are now. But that doesn't solve the problem right now. So yeah, do I think it's a bit concerning? Sure, I do. Brian Harsin's an offensive guy. He has his own philosophical identity as well. And I think he's trying to marry that to the right people. But then you've also got to consider, are those right people the right fit in this institution, in this footprint of the recruiting landscape? I think there's more variables here than just personality and X's and O's.
All right, Luginbill, our listeners miss absolutely nothing. They are the most observant and listeners, viewers in the world, and they love to gig us for stuff we do. If you'll look over your left shoulder, one of our listeners wants to know why you have a bottle of grease.
Ball bearings. Everything's ball bearings.
Okay, look, down. It's over by the Star Wars character. It's like a white bottle. No,
white
over.
with a blue label.
White with a blue label. Keep moving
far
behind the
that right there. Yeah, that right there. That's what they're asking about.
My Lucas Oil engine oil stop leak is for my 1979 Jeep Cherokee Chief that is old and likes to leak fluids. So I fill a little of this when I do an oil change, and it never stops it, but it minimizes it. But you got to keep it at room temperature. So that's why I don't have it in my garage.
Look at
okay,
the man misses nothing.
on the right shoulder, is that
what is that? That looks like beer salt.
That's my fuel injector cleaner. That every now and then you got to keep things tip top. What else we got?
Okay, right shoulder, is that Joe Montana or Dwight Clark?
That's Joe Montana. That's a Joe Montana bobblehead. That's Joe Montana. That's Joe Montana.
Are you a big Montana fan?
Are you a 49ers fan or Montana?
No, I'm a Joe Montana fan, strictly. So here, we're gonna turn this around there. Look at that.
Oh, Luginbill. That thing's sweet.
Hey,
right
how
about this? Have you guys watched the Montana deal on Peacock?
No.
Oh, you got to watch the Montana documentary on Peacock. It's fantastic. I tweeted about it about 10 days ago. There's a reason why he was the GOAT before the GOAT. Like, there's Tom Brady on there, on the documentary, talking about how everybody wanted to be Joe Montana. You know, it's really cool. It starts from the beginning of Monongahela, PA, and they're 5 episodes in. And I actually have a black and white Joe Montana photo right there of 1981, signed in his first full year as a starter.
Does he really wear Skechers?
Oh, yeah, he actually does. When his kids were coming up through the recruiting ranks, and he had one kid that's actually pretty talented. I ended up doing a couple of camps out west, and he and his wife Jennifer were there, and sure enough, he had Skechers on.
Oh, did your daughter draw the giraffe that's behind your left shoulder?
This guy?
Yep.
Yeah, she did that actually when she was about 4, though.
Oh my
Are
God!
you serious? I saw something.
Yeah, well, you've seen her other stuff, right?
Yeah, I saw something you tweeted out this weekend that she drew, or you put it on Facebook or something.
Yeah,
she's fantastic.
She's going to get college paid for, baby.
That's the real win there. All right,
anything else we need to check out?
No, hey, there was one thing covered in plastic, though. Back to your right, where your Montana jersey was.
Oh, over by the Montana jersey?
No, over by the Montana. What's covered in plastic?
That's my latest cowboy hat from Jack's Western Wear.
Oh, we were trying.
I gotta keep things good, because if I don't, then they're gonna get all dusty.
Yeah.
I gotta dust everything off.
Yeah, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, just off I-65 in Coleman, is where he got that. Yeah.
My wife has texted me. She wants to know what color blue that is. She's thinking about painting a room. What color blue is that?
Oh, that's a nice navy blue. To be honest with you, it's pretty sharp. Yeah.
All right,
it's pretty sharp. My wife chose that too. Management told labor what we were painting.
That's Michigan blue almost. So.
Whoa, look out.
Look out. All right, he is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Lugs, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
Next week's office tour will commence.
All right, I look forward to that. Thank you, Lugs. Take care. ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us, as he said, courtesy of Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear. Exit 304. We're right there off I-65 in Coleman.
You know, Rockstar, you kid Brown and me all the time that we know what each other's thinking. We can make little hand gestures and know exactly.
Like an old married couple is what you would say. Yeah.
All I did was do this little point to the screen, and Brown gave me the knowing nod, and I thought we were on the same page. I was just pointing. He thought I was talking about Gumster's tweet. Why does Tom Luginbill have a bottle of grease behind him? I was actually pointing to Adam Rittenberg now confirming that Austin Davis is off the Auburn staff.
I enjoyed the other part more, but
how are you ever off the staff if you never were on the staff?
They sent out the press release. He was there for a minute. Yeah, it's all over now that he's done. That's crazy.
Same way I'm in the Montevallo Hall of Fame. I was never really on the baseball team. You know, I was there for a couple of days and got punted off the baseball team. Always good catching up with Luke's. We'll get into the best and worst of the weekend coming up, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. But part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap right here. Rainy season is coming. Oh, your gutters, if they're in a mess, if they're clogged right now with the leaves from fall, you're about to have a big disaster unless you call our friend C-Stu.
Yeah, one of the things you don't want to do is get the ladder out, climb on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. My friend Chris Stewart, 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. And right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round listener and viewer. Call today, 823-2212. That's 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Okay, guys, here comes Valentine's Day, and you've got to check out Blakely's Bouquets in Homewood. Call Blakely's Bouquets today for your Valentine's order. You'll get $10 off a dozen roses. 205-579-4900. 579-4900. And remember, you don't just send flowers for Valentine's Day or when you're sorry. As Beth Dutton said on Yellowstone, you give them for no reason, buddy. No reason at all. Custom bouquets at Blakely'sBouquets.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Let Way to Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Way to Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Talk about me being a landmine. You busted champagne out after the Rams won the NFC Championship?
Yeah, to go to a Super Bowl, it's a big deal, man.
I would do it in a heartbeat. If the Dolphins went to the Super Bowl, I'd pop champagne.
I mean, McVay was very adamant. He didn't want to hold the trophy. He passed the trophy away quickly. We're not done. Got one more game.
I get that, but look, in my fandom for years and years and years, this is only their 5th Super Bowl.
I mean, McVay's having to coach a team.
It's a big deal, man.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You're off to the Super Bowl. I'm sure that's your best of the weekend. Best and worst brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, our friends at Hemp Hill. Look, when something is not running right, flowing right, draining right, you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill. They are the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have it on speed dial. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. Call now, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. It is Hemp Hill.
Well, Roger jumps in with best of the weekend, talking about what he hit yesterday, gambling-wise on the money line with the Rams and such like that. You made that bet with the 49ers the other day here live on the show, and we talked about that, and I was like, oh, you're just trying to play the other side so that your guys wins, so you get a win and such. But you were like, no, I really think it's a one-possession game. The Rams can win by 3. I've got the 49ers 3.5. I can hit both sides, and that's exactly how it played out.
It really did. Yeah, it hit on 3. And again, when they went down 17-7 after the Kittle touchdown, and by the way, they don't go to Kittle enough. I mean, that is one of the most underutilized for such a great play caller in Kyle Shanahan to not go to Kittle more when you've got a liability, or at least some people think a liability with Jimmy Garoppolo, quarterback.
Who are you, Mina Kimes?
But 17-7, I thought that game was over. But I did feel like going into that game it would be a one-possession game, and look, it ended up working out.
Boy, I tell you what, San Francisco's last 2 possessions were
Train
just
wrecks.
disastrous. I know your pass rush is really, really good as a Rams fan.
It wasn't the first 3 quarters.
I know.
I mean, they could get no pressure at all, and I will give Von Miller and Aaron Donald and Leonard Floyd a lot of credit because in the fourth quarter on those final 2 possessions, they showed up. And 99's number hadn't been called, name hadn't been called, and that final play of the game, final offensive play for San Francisco, he's the one that made that play.
Yeah, they dominated after that little group meeting that Aaron Donald had on the sideline. But I, to be the best play caller or one of them in Kyle Shanahan, I was disappointed in those last 2 drives and the plays that were called.
I'll just say this, obviously as a Rams fan, to be able to extend the season to play in another Super Bowl, to possibly see one, I told you guys in the offseason, if I could just have one more, I could die a happy man. I will stand by that. They still got a lot of work to do against a Bengals team that is really hot. I'm just glad the Rams were able to close this deal because Sean McVay, a lot of people don't like him. Say what you want. The kid just turned 36, and I'll call him a kid this week, and he's already in his 2nd Super Bowl. The guy can coach, but he was chasing. Troy Aikman said it on the broadcast last night. Some of the decisions to challenge, when we're able to sit there on a couch and know you don't challenge there, you don't challenge there. His 3rd down call, I thought McVay, it was not his best performance.
He may not be the best coach in the game, but DeMeco Ryans did the best job of coaching in the game.
And looked really calm the whole time. Nick's best of the weekend, Alabama basketball. Worst, the 49ers losing. Most worst, Jimmy G in that one. Man, I thought Jimmy G played good enough to win that game for you.
Maybe so, but not those last 2 possessions. And look, it's easy for me on the couch, and most, I think, really elite NFL quarterbacks don't make this mistake. I don't understand why any NFL quarterback makes the mistake, but when you're out of timeouts, the clock's against you, you can't throw a little 2-yard pass on the sideline, and the guy's going to stay in bounds. Just throw it away. I mean, 2 yards is not helping there. You got to go kick a field goal.
Well, and the other thing, I continue to say this every possession. I'm waiting for the Jimmy G pick. I was telling the roommate that. I'm waiting for it.
You got it.
There could have been 4. Jalen Ramsey dropped 2. Jalen Ramsey dropped a pick 6 on the possession before that would have ended the game.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Paul's worst of the weekend was Tart dropping the interception there for the 49ers. That could have been the death knell for you.
It could have been because, that's the possession that ultimately the Rams go down and they convert 3 straight 3rd downs. And, Matt Stafford had that big run, that 14-yarder that kept the chains moving. And they go down and they get the 30-yard field goal. So, I mean, that could have completely flipped the game. And that's one of those, I think he was just so surprised. And those are bad, deep balls that's been one of the problems with Stafford. If you look at a negative for Stafford this year, is just throwing some of these deep balls that aren't even close. And that was one of those. And it was just fortunate for the Rams that it was dropped.
Hemphill, best and worst of the weekend. His best for Paul, the SEC whipping the Big 12 in the basketball challenge. That's back-to-back years now. 6-4, the SEC ends up winning it.
Absolutely. And your home team formula?
9-1.
The only loss was Kentucky just running Kansas out of Allen Fieldhouse.
And that was the
only home loss.
And I thought Kansas would win that, or it played out exactly the way I thought it would play out. And everyone's like, how many stakes you win by doing that? None, because we didn't bet on it. If I'd bet on it, it would have been all visitors winning. That's the way it works for me.
I did.
That's the way it works.
I gave you the opportunity, though.
That's the way it works for me, though. I had nothing on it. That's why the prediction was spot on right there. NAAU fan, best of the weekend. Auburn has won 17 straight basketball game. The worst for him is Auburn football is a mess, being confirmed now by several sources that Austin Davis is not going to be the offensive coordinator and quarterback coach there, and they're going to promote within, right?
Well, I mean, that's some of the speculation I saw last night. I guess, if you're Brian Harsin, you got to reevaluate this thing and figure out what you're going to do. But Eric Kiesel, who I think, Harsin, from what I understood, when Bobo left, when they fired Bobo, Harsin talked to him. He did not feel like he was ready. So they hire Austin Davis. They go on the search. They hire Austin Davis. And now I think the scuttlebutt is that he's going to circle back to Keyshawn and see, okay.
Yeah, so now you're ready a month later.
A month later, how you feeling? I mean, you're kind of late in the game here. And one of the guys that apparently you looked at has just been fired by Arizona State, so he's radioactive. Can't touch him.
That's right. Zach Hill.
Yeah.
He quit.
That's right.
Resigned because of the NCAA.
So in a lot
stuff.
of ways, you would have a brand new list of different from the guys you looked at last time. So I don't know that you want to do that if you're Harsin.
Yeah. So
it's a tough spot, no doubt.
Especially with Brian reportedly going to be calling his own plays, but Austin Davis is out as the OC. That is one of the developing stories that's out there. We'll continue to talk about all of that as we move throughout the show. Nate Oats scheduled to be with us in the final hour, Alabama head basketball coach, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. When we come back, we'll continue the Hemp Hill Services Best and Worst of the Weekend, so you can load those up or jump on the phones, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. The show being brought to you in part by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters as well. Thank you to Nichols for riding with us in 2022.
Exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham. It is home to the largest firearm showroom in the state, the best bow technical team anywhere. They have got the inventory and expertise to get you just what you're looking for this hunting season. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham, or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention The Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement. If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the Stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
New year, new you. Get past those old aches and pains. Let Stretch Zone help you work towards your goals easier. Come see us for a free stretch, then give us 12 weeks while you stretch towards your goals in 2022. To learn more, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, we'll continue with our Hemp Hill Best and Worst of the Weekend in just a second because we had Luginbill in the first hour as well. So we'll give you some more time to get those in as well. You can do that over in the Farmfolio chat room, or you can call us up, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That'll get you on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline with us. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester all behind the big glass today on a live Monday after the SEC wins the SEC Big 12 Basketball Challenge. And basketball is a hot topic as we start the headlines today, brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. I had a chance to be on campus last weekend. Great place right down there. My school, I graduated there in the 80s. My daughter's in school there right now, and your son or daughter could do that as well. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio, perfect for your kids' academic success. Also a great tuition price, according to U.S. News and World Report. Southern Living just raves about the beautiful campus. You'll fall in love with this place. Just give it a tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. When we left on Friday, there was some debate about Louisville's interest in Bruce Pearl as the head coach up at Louisville. Auburn says, no, we're not going to let him get away. 8-year contract through 2030, $5.4 million, $250,000 annual escalator. So it'll go up $2 million more dollars, up to $7.5 million basically by the time the contract's up. It was what Auburn needed to do. They stepped up, like Justin Hokanson said on our show on Friday, that it was time for Auburn to put up or shut up. They'll approve a new practice facility this week for Bruce. It's a pretty big commitment to basketball from the Auburn Tigers.
And look, it should be. I mean, look, the most powerful guy on that campus right now is Bruce Pearl. I don't even think it's close. You were there Saturday. They honored Sonny Smith. And he did a great job when he was Auburn's head coach, but I think it's safe to say it's not even close. This is the best coach in Auburn basketball history. He's taken them to another level. They've got an opportunity. Everything's in front of them. They've already been to a Final Four a couple of years ago. Now they have an opportunity to do something they've never done before, win a national championship. Got to pay the guy, lock him in. He's happy there. He's loyal to that program. Good for Auburn.
Couple things on this. Number one, I think if you're an Auburn fan, you look and say, if he didn't take the Louisville job or even let the Louisville job just hang out there to use his leverage, because he really didn't. I mean, Chris Mack was out, Thursday?
Yeah.
And this deal was done Friday. Friday night's when Alan Green announced it. So he didn't even let it fester to try to use it as leverage to get, everything he wanted. So I think if you're an Auburn fan, you look at that and if he ain't going to leave for Louisville, where is he going to go? I mean, we're not going to lose this guy, right? I mean, wouldn't you feel that way if you're an Auburn fan right now?
Yeah, but there's
probably only 5 better jobs than Louisville.
But you had to make that commitment to make sure it never happens.
Yeah. But I'm saying once you've done that, you're not going to lose him. The other aspect of that is if you're Bruce Pearl, why would you leave?
Yep.
Think about this for a second. He's making top 5 money now in college basketball. He's already shown he can go to a Final Four there. That you can do it. He's shown he can recruit lottery players there. He's going to get fan support. He's going to get support from the administration. And if Bruce Pearl goes 500 yet next year, not one fan says a word about it. Yeah. Not one.
Well, this is the same stuff that I say about Dabo Swinney. Why would you leave to go to Alabama?
I agree.
You've done something nobody's ever done there before. They're already, erecting or putting together this statue, the same for Bruce.
But I'm sure, I bet you Dabo got a little heat. Bruce Pearl would not get one bit of heat. You go take the Kentucky job. You go to the Final Four year one and go 500 year two, they're all over your tail.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Chris Mack just experienced it at Louisville with that passion there. So Auburn plays their first ever home game as the number one team in the country because they finally got that last week, played a road game, squeaked that one out at Missouri, comes home, plays their first home game ever as the number one team in the country. They dominate Oklahoma, and Bruce Pearl echoing now what we have said all along about this team. They win it with so many different players in so many different ways, and Bruce says that's one of their strengths down the stretch.
I thought that Devin Cambridge and Dylan Carwell did really well off the bench, but the other guys struggled tonight. That hasn't happened very often. You know, Wendell's been spectacular all season long and didn't have it tonight. But I'm telling you right now, if Wendell didn't have it at Eastern Kentucky is going to get killed. No disrespect to Eastern Kentucky or the rest of the team, but they relied on him every night. So, you know, we're at Missouri, and Jabari shoots whatever he shot. Didn't shoot a very good percentage. We still were able to win. Wendell's in the same situation. Didn't have one of his better offensive nights, but the team still won.
Yep, absolutely. So Auburn now, number one. 1 hour from now when the AP poll comes out, they'll be number one for the second week in a row, and they get to host Alabama at Auburn Arena tomorrow night. Alabama coming off their fifth win over a top 15 team, beating Baylor in front of a packed Coleman Coliseum. And as you said to start the show, Alabama was the better athletes on the team, at least on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Dykes was the first to point that out, but just watching it, you know, from the couch, it looked like Alabama was more athletic than Baylor, and that's a high bar, man. Baylor has been, over the last 4 or 5 years under Scott Drew, one of the more athletic teams in college basketball.
How many games have Jimmy Dykes and Carl Ravitch done in Tuscaloosa this year?
All of them.
It's like, did they move to Tuscaloosa?
It seems like Jimmy Dykes does every Alabama
Why
game.
are they on that so much, you think?
I don't know that they do crew assignments that far in advance. I mean, obviously Alabama was expected to be good.
Yeah, but they do. I don't understand why they. We talked to my buddy Presley on the way down to Auburn about this. I don't understand why they don't have flex scheduling for basketball like they do for football, where you can plan out who's going to be where every week. Like we do, you know, we find out the week before that next week the game's going to look like this. In basketball, they lay out all season long. This game's going to be on ESPN2. This game's going to be ESPN. This is going to be CBS. Right. Like CBS this week. You know what their CBS game is coming up this week? The SEC game?
Oh, gosh. I don't even know who's playing.
Tennessee at South Carolina on CBS.
Yeah, they were promoting it yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I guess CBS is like Alabama's playing Kentucky that day. Well, you know, 2 weeks before that, we're going to show Auburn, Kentucky. We can't do Kentucky every week.
Yeah, why not?
How many people?
Well, I would be. I'm with you.
Why not?
I'm with you.
They show the Cowboys anytime they get a chance to show the Cowboys.
I'm sure the SEC probably doesn't want them just showing Kentucky every week. But if I'm CBS, unless it's, you know, like if Alabama had done what they're supposed to do, and that Auburn-Alabama game had been on a Saturday, and it's 2 top 5 teams, I show that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, who's Kentucky playing that Saturday? Are they in the top 25? We're showing them.
But if you're Bengals, Chiefs, or NFL fans watching that promo, I mean, how many people want to see that game?
Yeah, you're like...
It was really awkward even watching that. I mean,
do you notice what they had to put underneath it? They had to put men's basketball.
Oh, I did see that, yeah.
Because Tennessee and South Carolina's number one in women, and Tennessee was number 4 until Auburn beat them. They had to put men's basketball. They had to say in men's basketball.
Yeah.
You never would have to say that if it was a good men's game.
That's
You'd
a great
just say
point.
It's a college basketball
By the way,
game.
does CBS ever show women's basketball? Isn't the ESPN the only that
maybe
does?
eventually.
I
but
think they do occasionally if it's a big showdown like South Carolina and Tennessee's women.
That's true.
Maybe they can flex it into the women's game. Anyway, Nate and Alabama got that big win over Baylor. Here's Nate Oats talking about the packed house, the national TV audience, and the chance to contribute to the SEC's win in the SEC Big 12 Challenge.
The first official sellout of the year, that was huge. The crowd was unbelievable. Needed the energy from tonight. Thought our defense was a lot better. When we needed stops, they picked up the energy and the noise. It's fun. I mean, I told our guys before the game, we got to get back to having fun. This is why we started playing a game of basketball. When you were a kid, this is what we play for, show up in big-time games and have fun. So that was a fun environment. It's great to coach an environment like that. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun for Alabama fans who are pulling their hair out saying which team's going to show up tomorrow night down in Auburn. That'll be a fun game, 8 o'clock on ESPN. Betting line will come out tomorrow on that game.
Yeah, somebody asked me yesterday. I'm going to list Auburn as a 6-point favorite.
Ooh, the next round sportsbook has Auburn -6.
And I would take Auburn and give the 6.
Auburn fans love to hear that.
In that setting down there, no doubt about it. If it If it was Auburn coming to Alabama after what we just saw, I think Alabama would have a chance to win that game. It being down there, not so much. Not so much. All right, we keep rolling on here. Let's see. Let's do football news. Auburn staff changes. That became official according to reports last hour. Austin Davis out as the OC. Any more tidbits you want to add to that?
Not really. I think it'll be interesting to see, as word leaks out, exactly what happened. There are a ton of potential possibilities, obviously. Maybe the recruiting, some of the scuttlebutt already is, at least word from the Auburn side is the recruiting workload was a little more than he anticipated. Maybe he just realized I've screwed up. I really liked it in the NFL. Why am I in college football, all of a sudden?
That's right.
Maybe he misunderstood, or, maybe his side will be, I was maybe not properly advised of what the play calling situation will be. I mean, there's going to be a lot of stories out there.
Yeah, from both sides.
From both sides,
so Auburn's moving on with Brian Harsin. Alabama hires Kentucky assistant Eric Wolford, according to reports, to be the O-line coach there. Doug Marrone moving on, likely going to be the Broncos coach. Bill O'Brien likely going to be moving on to be the Patriots OC. So Alabama will be looking for an OC job.
Which is really, really interesting. Auburn and Alabama technically in the market at the same time. The Alabama one obviously is more appealing. Nobody's going to argue that one. You brought up Josh Gaddis to Luginbill, and I think that's interesting. That's your Broyles Award winner, especially if Harbaugh jumps to the NFL. But even if he doesn't, Gaddis, that's a guy who's familiar with Tuscaloosa, knows the Saban system obviously very well.
But if I just ask you guys, did he leave? Was that I
don't think it really matters.
A good departure or not a good departure?
Yeah, I think there's like a complete different image of Gaddis after this past year. I'll say this, though. I think if you're Gaddis and whoever represents you, and I don't know who that is, we'll just say it's Jimmy Sexton, I think it's an easy call to make. Hey, look, Harbaugh's leaving. Marcus Freeman at 35 just got this Notre Dame job. My client needs to be the next head coach at Michigan, and I think he'll have every opportunity to be that guy.
I do, too. I agree with Lugs on that.
Yeah, I don't know that Gaddis would be. I mean, there's an obvious tie there, but if you're Nick Saban, you shop the country. I mean, this is how often do you have the opportunity, A, to coach at Alabama with the best that's ever done it, and B, to coach a guy that just won the Heisman?
Yeah, and maybe the best quarterback ultimately in Alabama history, make seven figures, be the favorite to win a national championship. I mean, everything.
Because if I'm an offensive coordinator anywhere in America, and I mean anywhere in America, I look at this and say, I can parlay this into a head coaching job.
That's right.
Pronto.
1 year.
One year I'm in Tuscaloosa, I'll be a head coach. All I got to do is don't screw it up.
I'm just going to be fascinated because, sometimes Nick Saban's completely off the page going back to Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Fascinated at who this hire will be.
I'd never heard of Jim McElwain. Never heard of him. I'd never heard of
Brian Dable.
Brian Dable.
Yeah, now the head coach of the New York Giants.
That's right. I'd never heard of that guy. I mean, I'd never heard of Pete Golding. I mean, these are guys that Saban has plucked out of places I'd never heard of until they took a job at Alabama. So it's not always the top shelf he's shopping from.
Yeah, Kevin says, is there a chance Barrett Jones got his neighbor Austin Davis, got his neighbor to get Austin Davis out of Auburn to Tuscaloosa?
I don't think Barrett was involved.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen. All right,
Barrett will get a kick out of that.
Back to the Hemp Hill Best and Worst of the Weekend, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. We know LT's best is the Rams, so we'll let him talk to you about Hemp Hill. And was there even a worst to your weekend?
So my worst, well, I'll tell you this first. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. Put this number in your phone, 205-229-2090. That is Hemp Hill Services. The name Birmingham has trusted since 1954 for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. I don't want to make it a worse, but, Sean McVay, I thought he was really overwhelmed. And, if I would have told you the Rams ran 74 plays to 50 plays for San Francisco, if they outgained them by over 100 yards, if they were 11 of 18 on third downs, if Cooper Kupp had 142 yards and a couple of touchdowns, and they held San Francisco to 50 yards rushing, that seems like a 21-point win for L.A. And they did everything possible to give that game back. I mean, mistake after mistake. And those mistakes aren't McVay's fault. He put them in a good situation. The play calling is still outstanding. But just some of the challenges, he seemed a little overwhelmed in the moment.
But there was a couple of times that, and Troy even pointed him out, like that one screen pass that was only
third down.
There was only one option.
Field goal.
But no, I'm talking about the one that didn't go anywhere, and they were walking off when the game was still in jeopardy, and McVay was like, "My bad."
No, that was it.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah,
okay.
then that led to the field goal. Yeah, I think that was a 3rd and 18.
Yeah.
It was a terrible play call. The 3rd and a foot before you go for it on 4th down on the quarterback sneak, that was a terrible play call.
Yep.
I mean, look, there were some moments for McVay, and I think you guys will give me, if they would have ultimately lost that game, Shanahan owns McVay.
Yep.
McVay can't beat this 49ers team, and the shine's a little off McVay.
And there's still NFL openings. I'm not shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if D'Amico Ryan's got a head coaching job out of that win. I mean, he may still get one.
Still may get it.
Yeah,
I think he's deserving of it. But if they win that game,
I hope he does. By the way,
I'm sure you do.
But just body language, like D'Amico. You don't know what's going on inside his head or his heart rate or anything. But and I assume it's not easier calling defensive plays, but there's probably fewer choices for him to call, right? But he seems so calm, covering his mouth, making the call. Meanwhile, McVay looked like he was frantic the whole day long.
Yeah,
he didn't look as cool as he usually does.
D'Amico's day got a little easier when Tyler Higbee,
no doubt,
the starting tight end, goes down. Now, I'll say Kendall Blanton
killed me in DraftKings, by the way.
Yeah, me too. Kendall Blanton, though, had only had 3 receptions the entire year and has a big-time game coming in and filling that void. But I don't know what you do about Cooper Kupp. You guys tell me. Look, he's not the most athletic guy. He is always open. His route running might end up being the best in NFL history one day because he gets better and better every.
How he's open like that so many times, I don't know.
JD asked a good question on Twitter. You watch every play of the Rams. He says it seemed like they struggled to get plays in on time yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They were against the play clock the whole day.
And that seems like that's McVay too.
Aikman said it. He said, "Look, the officials are being really lenient with this clock."
They were. They did not want to call a delay.
Yeah, on both sides, by the way.
I think there was 3 or 4 for the Rams. There was probably 2 for San Francisco. A little more on the Rams side.
We all watch a lot of NFL, and it's a little different, I think, in the college game. In the NFL, it's got to be flagrant delay a game before they call it.
You almost get 1 full second, maybe close to 2.
Right. It's going to have to be super flagrant for them to call it in the NFL.
Best and worst of the weekend, Brooks. Best, the Bama basketball. The worst has to be another Chiefs second-half meltdown against the Bengals. Boy, that was a duplicate game to their meeting in Week 17. It played out exactly the same way.
Well, you got to go back to the end of the first half, though. I think that's where the game was. There were 2 things that happened in the first half that I think ultimately decided that game. The first thing happened very early. Andy Reid, some sort of snafu where he wanted to challenge a play, but he called timeout first and then challenged it. So he doesn't get his timeout back. You sure could have used that timeout on that final possession of the first half.
Or just kicked the field goal.
Well, I'm getting to that. But you could have used that timeout, and maybe you've got a better shot at the end zone than what you ended up taking because you started that drive with just the 2 timeouts, so you're a timeout short there. But then when you get down there, you got 5 seconds left, you're up 11, and you're getting the ball coming out. I don't think there's any other choice to make but to kick it there. I know you want to be aggressive. That's just dumb.
Well,
that's not aggressive.
Mind
that's
you
dumb.
being aggressive, but it's one quick look to the end zone. It's Travis Kelce. If he's not there, you do what you did the play before, and you just ground it basically.
Or you kick it and you go up 14.
I still think 5 seconds is plenty of time. That is the one play call you can't have. I think a bigger play in that first half was the Samaje Perine touchdown.
Oh, yeah.
With 1:05 left, for him to be able to rumble 41 yards, if you don't get that touchdown, I mean, that gave them so much momentum, and then holding Kansas City with no points.
Even then, you got a $105 with 2 timeouts, and you're up 11. You feel great about that situation. And everything that you need to happen happens. You drive it right down the field. You're not always going to get 7 out of possession. Take 3, go up 14, you get the ball coming out, and you know what Cincinnati has not done all day? They haven't stopped you. And I know they ended up stopping them a lot in the second half, but at that point they hadn't. If I'm Andy Reid, I'll look at all that and say, just take the 3.
Mahomes was 31-0 in that situation.
Yeah.
Those are games you don't lose.
What, up 11 at the half? Or if you were up 14 at the half?
No, I think in games that they've been up 18+.
Yeah.
More of the Hempill best and worst of the weekend in just a second. Bobby said you thought the Auburn-Oklahoma game would be about 5 or 6. It ended up being 10.5. Is there a chance maybe your 6 ends up being closer to 9 for Alabama, or 8 or 9?
I don't think it'll be that heavy. Just based on the fact that these are rivals. It was a tight game in Tuscaloosa, and Bama's coming off this big win against Baylor.
Yeah, which will resonate across the country, right? That Bama just beat number 4 Baylor.
Yeah, I think it'll be – so Auburn was 6 against Kentucky. I think it's going to be right there against Alabama. Kentucky's a better team than Alabama. But based on Alabama coming off that win and such a big rivalry.
How far out? Because
and by the way, that is Alabama's week, by the way.
But
Auburn
Bobby,
and Kentucky.
this thing could get as high as 8.5 or 9. That would not shock me. I just would probably list it at 6, and I'm kind of like you. If I had to play this game right now, I probably would play it.
Because I think this matters a little bit in public perception, which is what Vegas is playing on. Alabama was only 2 spots out of the poll. Having beaten Baylor, there's a chance Bama jumps back in.
They should be back in the AP
So that's a rank
poll.
versus rank game, and that plays on perception too. Yeah.
All right. So More best and worst of the weekend. Mark said Kentucky's win over Kansas. Kentucky looked incredible in that game.
That's the difference with Ty Washington.
Yeah, having Ty in the game.
Boy, Kansas had 0 answers.
And Kansas is a really good basketball team.
They are a really good basketball team. They're just not nearly as athletic as Kentucky.
And did you see, I retweeted it from Barstool. Was it Kentucky or Kansas that was running out on the court?
I think that was Kansas. Yeah, I saw that.
So they're running out of the tunnel. They have one of those.
Seems like that could have killed somebody.
High school scoreboards. So the fans are banging on it, making noise, and the clock part just folds down and catches the guy in the head.
I mean, swats him right in the forehead.
And as I pointed out, the one Kansas staff person just walks over and puts it back like it happens twice a night.
Put a little Gorilla Glue on the top.
Nobody's shocked or anything.
Hey, can you hold this for us?
Just clicked it back into place.
Phil, it's falling again.
Yeah, we just hit a 5-star in the head running out there.
You brought up Cameron, that you have been by there. I went to Fog Island Fieldhouse. I had some friends that play baseball at Kansas, and so we went there in the off season, and it looked like an old high school gym. I mean, it is like, and maybe they've renovated it a little bit.
I've heard
just old, like dusty, and you could tell there's a lot of history when you walk in there. But
it's like a museum, right? It's out on the concourse. It's like Kansas history.
It is, yeah.
And then there's a gym here in the middle where this is the way they used to play basketball.
I've heard though from people that do all of them that collegiate game day environment for a big game, that's the best one.
That's what they say.
That's what I've heard.
And that's why I brought it up with the clock falling down. Meanwhile, I'm at Auburn Arena on Saturday, and it's brand new, but it's over a decade old now, and the atmosphere is so good. There you see the clock falling. Show that one more time for us, Forrester. Ready?
It's just right out. Bam!
Right my goodness.
I mean,
you can tell it's light, though.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's not that light.
Old ball guy just walks over
he
and
keeps
fixes
going.
Yeah, he does. I'd have fallen if I was like, if I was a walk-on, I'd have free tuition.
It would be Fog Allen Johnson Fieldhouse.
Yeah. That is unbelievable. But the ball guy just walks right over and just clicks it back. There we go. Man, I thought we told somebody to get this fixed.
Bam! Ooh.
Every time. And that place is supposed to be better than Auburn Arena.
Yeah, see,
I'm not saying it's nicer. I'm just saying the game day atmosphere.
Some people like antiques. Some people like the older historic hotel. I like new. I like modern.
Yeah, me too. All right, we'll keep the best and worst of the weekend rolling on. Rockstar's View Menu coming up, part of the show, being brought to you by the great folks at Precision Sports. Hopefully that guy's okay and doesn't need Precision Sports. We do have some injuries to worry about as you work your way towards the Super Bowl. There are some guys that are not 100%. You worry about Higbee now going towards the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, the good news, you get a couple of weeks off to see, how that knee's going to be. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations in Central Alabama, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Your injury cannot wait any longer. We are rebuilding champions on and out the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online. Go to precisionsportsortho.com.
Also, C.J. Uzomah, who left the game very early for the Bengals. You, if you're a Bengals fan, you want him as well. Big weapon for them.
It didn't look good.
Looked like a bad ankle.
You saw the tears.
He carted off.
In crutches. Was celebrating afterwards, but we'll see his status for the Super Bowl. Likely is going to be out. I haven't seen it definite, but you guys are reacting that he's a big loss as well. Coming up for the Bengals and Rams in Super Bowl 56. Much more on the college football and college basketball front when we roll on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild custom and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for the next round. Let Way to Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Way to Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention The Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Rolling on, Brett says, will the real Alabama men's basketball team please stand up? They are the epitome of playing to their competition right now, aren't they? Losing to Georgia and Missouri.
Well, that's good for this week because they play some really good competition.
Yeah. If they listen, Baylor, the win over Baylor takes all the pressure off of them for this
Oh,
week,
yeah. I mean, they
right?
could almost lose out.
Yeah. I mean, wow.
Almost have a 500 record overall. I mean, seriously, with those wins, those out-of-conference wins?
You go back to a 16-14 Georgia team that made the tournament one time because their wins were so good, and their losses were quality losses. You don't expect to beat number 4 Baylor, number 1 Auburn, number whatever Kentucky's going to be, right? You don't expect to win all of those games. To win one of them was huge, and they got that out of the way. Very few people give them a chance at Auburn Arena, like AUB Ball Rocks on Twitter in the Farmfolio chat room says Bama will not win inside Auburn Arena. Auburn basically beat Bammer. I always hate those phrases, Barner and Bammer. Auburn basically beat Bammer without Kessler. He won't get 3 calls like that at home. It's a great point. Kessler did not play basically in the game in Tuscaloosa because it was foul, foul, foul. And he was on the bench. When he's on the floor, that is a different team, and he's getting better. He's occasionally shooting threes now.
Oh, look, I mean, Kessler is becoming one of the more, well, again, when you go back to the transfer portal, and I know there's guys all over the country right now that are making impacts, but, you know, he's making one of the biggest impacts for maybe the best team in all of college basketball. And what he does on the defensive side, you know, obviously he leads the country in block shots, but just the shots he alters. And I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and just
the fear that he instills in guys trying to take it to the rack.
That's right. Runs the floor well. Jamari's an NBA player, just a great basketball team. 8 o'clock tomorrow night, ESPN. Developing?
We've got an Alston Davis statement. Auburn has released a statement from Alston Davis and making it official that he is stepping aside as Auburn offensive coordinator before even coaching a practice.
Does Pete Carroll take him back, by the way?
I don't know. Well, based on this, maybe not. Let me read what he says. My decision to resign is 100% based on personal reasons. After more than a decade in the NFL with a daily grind as a player and coach, I've realized how much I miss my family and my desire to spend more time with them. While I need to step away from coaching, I can't say enough the first-class way I was welcomed to the Auburn family. He goes on to say nice things about the Auburn family. But this appears to be more personal. And, I mean, listen, man, that coaching deal is a grind.
It's a grind.
It is 100% a grind.
And I'm sure his family wants to see him, but you know what they also want is that paycheck.
They do.
Yeah.
But maybe he's got other options. I don't know. But good for him. I had rather him do it now than follow through and be half-hearted, right? I mean, if you're only going to be half-hearted and not be happy, if you're Brian Harsin, I'd rather him pull the chute now than 3 games into it realize, boy, did I screw this up.
Yeah, and listen, for those of you that were at Auburn Arena this past week, they introduced some of the newcomers that were already enrolled for Auburn football. Zach Calzada was out there, and so was Holden Gerner. And Holden Gerner's a better-looking athlete than Zach Calzada. I don't know if he's a better quarterback, but just Gerner's put together better than Zach Calzada is.
And if somebody knows a man's body, it is Jim Dunaway.
Did you go pinch his size? See what kind of body fat he had?
That man is put together.
I'm just saying looked like he was like an inch and a half taller than him.
I'm not totally convinced Calzada is going to be the guy. I'm not totally convinced that they have a quarterback on campus, though, that can be a really, really good SEC quarterback.
We talk all the time. What's Luginbill's phrase? Getting off of the
off the hoof, on the hoof,
or getting off the bus. Gerner looked like the better athlete. Looked like the better athlete
on the hoof.
Zach Calzada. All right, let's do. It's not creepy at all in a AAU fan. It's not creepy at all.
You know, you got a better body.
I'm just saying he's more athletic looking. All right, let's do Rockstar's viewing menu.
Have you seen Tom Brady, though, in those combine pictures?
He did not have a good body.
Calzada looks a little like Tom Brady.
Oh, that's what you want.
All right, viewing menu is brought to you by our friends at New Life Arts.
Hey, and now is the time. You got to order by midnight to receive this great deal from our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner, and oils on canvas. This upcoming full-color oil painting will depict the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide beat that Georgia defense in the SEC Championship. Again, order by midnight tonight to get the special pre-publication discount. Order online. Go to danielmooreart.com.
You got 8 p.m. on HBO, The Gilded Age. Anybody watch that? Is it supposed to be like Downton Abbey?
It's getting rave reviews. I've not watched it yet.
I almost watched an episode.
Isn't it Downton Abbey with a little bit more buzz, a little bit more edge to it? Americanized.
I could see that.
I'll never see either war. I wasn't a big. I know they're making another Downton movie, so get excited for that.
Yeah, but I mean, it could be like the sort of the Downton Abbey feel, but with a little maybe cussing.
R-rated.
Yeah,
Downton
exactly.
Abbey.
Yeah, occasional boob.
Hey, when are you gonna do that occasional boob? Just the right one.
Has it been enough time? All right.
9 p.m. on A&E, they got a new show from the Arts and Entertainment channel, Adults Adopting Adults. The unique stories of grown adults who are pursuing the unusual route to the American family, adult adoption. 6 different pairs with individual motivations embark on a journey to add an adult family member to their households.
Well, I would not want to do that.
And then 9 p.m. on NBC, we haven't done it enough. Celebrating Betty White, America's Golden Girl. Friends and celebrities pay tribute to the life and career of Betty White. Do you remember her? She almost made it to 100.
I do.
She almost did, Rocky.
On Lance's recommendation, because I liked Inception, I watched Memento over the weekend. I could not sleep for some reason. Sleep in Saturday. I get up, flip on the movie channels, and it's starting. So I'm like, I'll watch that. And I tweeted this out. I've come to some conclusions on Christopher Nolan. And let me say in the front of this, Inception is one of my favorite movies of all time.
By the way, I bet he doesn't sleep well.
Who, Christopher Nolan? He can't. Not with that brain.
Creative, yeah.
I think he makes his movies so confusing that you can't find plot holes. In other words, if you want to set out to find a plot hole in a Christopher Nolan movie, it'll drive you insane. I think he intentionally does that. The man does not like to tie up loose ends at the end. He likes you to think there at the end. He likes the interpretive ending. You know I don't like those. I give Memento a 5 out of 10.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was really
unique
good.
idea.
I loved it.
Unique idea. I kind of got tired of the Okay, here he goes back at the car. We got to go through all this again. And then
Inception, they go to dreams nonstop.
They do, but it's always something different in the dreams. And I did not like the fact that he didn't tie it up at the end. I want to know who kills people.
I liked it much better than Inception. I'll tell you.
Inception's far better.
Your recommendation on Friday, after I guess Leighton had watched it, but the woman across the street from the girl in the window or whatever.
Was it good?
I got caught up on. They're only like 25 minutes, but I ended up watching like 5 or 6. I watched a couple on Friday night and then a couple on Saturday night. It's just there's something about it. I mean, it's like somewhat satire, but Kristen Bell is really good in it. And it's kind of a guilty pleasure now. I don't know anybody else that watched it. You know what I'm talking about?
I remember Rockstar saying it.
I heard him talk about it.
I think you would like it, Dunaway.
You think I would?
Yeah, I think you would really like it. But it's funny. Her character, Kristen Bell's got one of those wine glasses that you can pour an entire bottle into. So almost every scene, she is popping a bottle of wine and pouring the full, like, I don't know if any of our listeners out there, I don't have the wine glass that can put the whole bottle in, but I know there's some people that do.
And it's always full.
But she's got it always full.
Yeah. Courtney Cox in some sitcom that she did for a off-beaten path channel.
Oh, it was Cougar Town.
Cougar Town. She had that kind of glass, too. That was an oversized
it's
wine glass.
It's 4 glasses.
Yeah, unbelievable. All right. By the way, Ashley, one of our great female listeners, listening to us up the coast, I think in South Carolina. The Gilded Age is fantastic. It is Downton in New York City.
Okay.
So, Ashley, does it have any edge to it, or is it exactly like the BBC would do it?
Is there an occasional?
Yeah, pepperoni in it.
Is there the occasional boob or whatever?
Can I give you my best and worst?
Yeah, so a couple more.
All right.
Smuff says, forget Downton. It's all about Emily in Paris season 2 right now, says Peyton Manning.
Well, Peyton Manning gave it a little pop on Saturday Night Live.
Ashley said some edge.
Yeah. Some edge. Thank you, Ashley. That's all I need is the opportunity.
I got
potential.
I got 2 worst. My best, though, real quick, primetime golf Saturday night. I love the idea of that. You can only do it on the West Coast, obviously.
Right.
It's the West Coast stops, and they want to go head-to-head with the NFL. It was fun. My 2 worst. First, Lance, your Rams have a really aggressive PA announcer.
I was going to text that, but I know the texting was off limits.
Yeah, the texting got shut down while Lance. We all had
some people don't realize that, by the way, though.
We all had side texts going.
Some people love texting during the game.
Yeah, but we left
Whose
Lance.
house?
Oh, my gosh. I felt like I was a rock star watching the game. I'm like, that's all I can hear. I can't even hear Joe Buck. All I can hear is the PA guy.
I had to turn it down.
He's
I'll
awful.
tell you, man, it's the Rams do some embarrassing things, and I can admit this as a Rams fan. They gave away Les Snead's wife, Carrie Henderson, and Matthew Stafford's wife, Kelly, gave away a bunch of tickets because they were trying to fill this up because of Week 18. And some of the tweets that I saw before the games coming from Rams fans, some of the things they were saying, and they're the ones that got the free tickets.
So these are the freebie fans.
The freebie fans, and some of the things that they were talking to San Francisco fans and actually tweeting this stuff out, completely classless. I don't understand why you pay Michael Buffer to do what he does.
Did he do it again?
He stepped over the kickoff, too.
No, they planned it that way. Because in soccer, in international soccer, big events, they do an in-stadium countdown where it's 10, 9.
They missed it about a second, by the
when
way.
it goes to 0, boom. And then with him, they had it timed out to where he did his thing that we can't say right as he was kicking the ball.
Gold kicked it, and then it was
the
we
stupid
can't
thing.
say.
But your PA announcer. Number 2, and I don't know if you guys saw this, and Dunaway and I were just talking about this. Rarely do I watch the halftime show on the NFL games because the NFL halftime is so short. You refill your drink, get the snack for the second half, go to the bathroom, check on the family. It's kickoff again. I mean, that NFL halftime flies by. But for whatever reason, I didn't get up when the CBS game went to halftime.
Oh, my. Both of them had problems.
I just do not know.
That was uncomfortable.
I don't know how you make this mistake if you're CBS.
Yeah, you do a run-through, right?
How do you not run through this and tell the Arrowhead Stadium people we're going to be right here? And they're like, well, bad news about that is this Walker Hayes guy who's only got one song, he's going to sing that song. And the speakers are going to be right behind you.
Well, Boomer handled it like a professional, didn't he? How pissed was he?
He was.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
I know, but I'm going to comment anyway. And, I mean, God bless JB. He's the one having to distribute right there, and nobody can hear a word he's saying.
He got caught doing this one time, which is
just
say
keep
that,
talking.
Say that in my ear again because I didn't hear what you. Where am I supposed to go now?
Yeah, I mean, it was
commercial.
Rockstar, did you see it?
No, I didn't. It sounds like a
and
panic
Nate
attack.
Burleson's trying to dance to Fancy Like.
Fancy Like.
It was Fancy Like the whole time.
That's all you can hear. You can't even hear them talking. All you can hear is Fancy Like.
But the same thing during Fox, they had chain smokers on. And
Yeah.
it's so loud you can't hear anything they were saying
Yeah.
at all down on the field. Either have a better – I mean, college does it College Game Day is there inside the stadium for the big games all the time. They do it. These NFL people are horrible at it.
They really are.
Just let the game day crew roll out and do it for you when you go on the road. Just hire them, freelance them.
They're the pros at this. And what's funny about Fancy Like is my 8-year-old loves Kids Bop. So Kids Bop, I think it's XM Channel 79 is Kids Bop Radio. So when she is just me and her in the car, I'll turn it on for her. And Fancy Like came on. And anytime there's like an objectionable lyric, they have to change it. So it was funny. Fancy Like, the lyric is bougie like our natty and a styrofoam, right? And on Kids Bop, they say bougie like soda and a styrofoam. That's the worst edit. But they also drop later in the song, they say Dixieland Delight, and they drop that out too. So that sparked a discussion with my wife and my oldest. I'm like, why would you drop out Dixieland Delight? And my wife was like, what do you think that means? And I was like, well, I mean, Randy Owen explains to us what it means. It's just a little girl that he likes on a date. He's got her on a date. And my wife said,
yeah, but he's got her in that back seat.
My wife said, Ryan, I don't think that's what he's got her on.
Yeah.
You may want to go back and hear those lyrics again.
He's got her on her back.
Yes, apparently so.
It would be the country 80s version of what was that song in the 60s or 70s, Afternoon Delight. Yeah. Same thing, right?
Well, yes, I guess so.
Yeah, Delight's in that one too.
Tripp said CBS needed the dry erase boards done away. What if they had that? That's on their whole.
No, they need to just at that point.
I would love to see you in that situation.
At that point, I would have like, hey, you're all you can hear anyway. Let's listen into Walker Hayes. That's what I would have said.
Yeah, we're gonna take it live. Walker Hayes. On the stage.
Walker Hayes to commercial. The second half kick is coming up. That's what I would have said.
Then you just push back like I ain't talking.
No, Jim would have done it like this. Having a hard time hearing now because we were set up right next to the speakers. Walker Hayes to the commercial break, the second half kick with Jim Nance when we come back. That's exactly.
I'd give anything for JB to do that.
That would have been, I mean, what are they going to do to JB at that point?
Yeah.
At that point.
Oh, you couldn't hear
paint
anything.
His head a different color?
It was
awful. His hair paint is unbelievable right now. And I told you the story. Yeah. I told you guys the story that happened to me at CBS 42. The person that does makeup for CBS and James Brown. For JB.
So this is the actual CBS National person.
This is the lady, and she was hired to be a consultant to come in and work with me when they removed me from sports to news. And I know I told you this story.
You've told me, yeah.
Because we saved the note that she gave me in case I needed a lawsuit ever for being fired for ageism. She told me that my bald head was distracting as a news anchor. That
you're too sexy.
No, she was. This is a true story. She was like, we're willing to get you a toupee, really high-end toupee. And I was like, are we having this conversation? We're talking about something to fix my wrinkles with makeup and such. And I kept thinking, are you telling other anchors that maybe they need to work on their hair or their wrinkles or anything?
But are you making a deal, like if they give you a toupee, are you making a deal that you have to wear that in public as well? Because you see me on the news, I got to look like that in public.
I don't know, but I was like, I cut it down quickly, Rockstar. I said, I am never wearing a toupee. If I'm bald, I'm bald. And if they want me to be their news anchor, then I'll be bald. And she said, well, with JB, what we do, and she had it with her, we spray the hair color, and we spray it on his head. And I said, oh, I know you do. and we're definitely not doing that.
Abundantly clear you do.
I mean, it is so obvious that they paint his head, where there's no hair, they paint it. And it's just not a good look.
How old do you think he is? Let me look it up.
I don't know, but he's
70.
He's fantastic.
No, JB's really good at what he does.
His job.
Yeah.
But is that when you started going to Sephora?
I did. I started doing my own makeup. Yeah, absolutely.
He is 6'5", JB.
He looks like a big dude.
I did not know he was that tall though.
But he's an older guy.
He is
an older
70.
guy they lose their hair. Just let JB be JB. We don't have to paint his hair.
I agree. It's so ridiculous. People care about that.
I mean, it's like it's a bad spot on a green at Augusta National, so they spray it or something.
Spray paint it.
They do not have bad spots on the green at Augusta. Yeah. What's your language?
So, all right. When we come back, much more of the conversation on what happened this weekend with your best and worst, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Also, the great folks at Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka, Volk, and Jen. I had a chance to see our buddy Charles Barkley down at Auburn. He was there for the Sonny Smith ceremony. He's excited about his hometown hosting the World Games, and Redmont Vodka is involved with that.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. You mentioned Barkley, one of the great faces behind it. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package in the beverage place, also your ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show, where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
AP poll coming out at the top of the hour. Auburn will stay number 1. We expect Alabama to sneak back into the bottom side of the top 25 before their showdown tomorrow night down at Auburn Arena, 8 o'clock on ESPN. The SEC wins the SEC Big 12 Challenge again, 6-4. The 52-51 win by Texas over Tennessee was a game that about the only one I thought that the SEC let get away. I thought Tennessee had a chance and should have won that basketball game.
Well, they battled back. I mean, Texas had that game in hand, but
yeah, so that's interesting. Austin Davis is out at Auburn as the OC. They're looking. Alabama could be looking for an OC as well, as Bill O'Brien is expected to go back and be the OC for the New England Patriots. Eric Wolford has replaced Doug Marrone, who apparently is off to the Broncos. Wolford was at Kentucky. That's some of your headlines today. Before we get to the phones, LT's going to tell us about the great folks at Bromberg.
Yeah, hey, our friends at Bromberg's are making arrangements for a beautiful Valentine's Day. Don't procrastinate. Don't wait around. How about this? Receive a free bouquet of fresh flowers with your Vietri hibiscus glass vase purchase. Our gorgeous Vietri vases, mouth-blown in Italy, available in a rainbow of beautiful colors, 3 different sizes. Prices begin at only $59, plus their master engraver, Harold Herglotz Jr., will add a romantic hand-engraved Italian sentiment for only $10 more. Quantities are limited. Call or stop by to pre-order. That's February 11th through the 12th and 14th at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations of Bromberg's. For more information, you can always go online. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, JD is up in Huntsville on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, JD?
Hey, morning, guys. I guess my best, obviously, is Alabama beating Baylor, and I tweeted out that I guess the committee should just go ahead and give Alabama a spot in the tournament now, no matter what they do, because nobody's going to have better wins than that. And if they get in the tournament, even with a 500 record, they could beat anybody. So it does make you wonder, though, why can't they play like that every night? So I don't know.
JD, I don't know if you saw John Rothstein of CBS, but he said Alabama has the kind of team that could go to the Final Four or lose in the opening round.
They could lose in the qualifying game.
Yes,
I mean, so
yeah. Lenardi had them. He had them back up, right? I was trying to find where Lenardi had them right after I don't know if you looked right after the Baylor
did not check Lenardi.
win.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yep.
Because he still got Auburn as the number 1 overall. I did see that.
But you've been riding a roller coaster with this team, JD. And was Saturday surprising to you the way it came out, or did you expect it to happen that way?
I expect them to be competitive because they were really competitive against Auburn a few weeks ago and really could have won that game. But I think that one of the biggest things was they got Gary back. He makes a big difference, especially with those hustle points and just being, as they say, picking up the trash around the backboard and stuff like that. And that helps a lot. Those balls seem to go the other team's way when he's not in there. So, but anyway, about the Rams, man, I'm so glad they won that game. If they had lost, I had no interest in the Super Bowl at all. I just thought, golly, please don't let San Francisco win this game. So I was really happy about that.
I saw your tweet. Why is that? Are you a Rams fan, or because you said 49ers Bengals, you would not even watch the Super Bowl?
No, I didn't watch it last time. It was 49ers Bengals, man. When I was in college, I don't know what it is.
You missed a great game. It's one of the greatest Super Bowl moments ever.
And that's what everybody told me that, and I thought, man, I was in my dorm just like doing homework and stuff. I could have been watching that game, but no, I can't stand. I like Cincinnati. I just didn't want. To me, they weren't the better team. They played better. They deserved to win the game. But you're looking at the Chiefs, and you're thinking they're better, and you just blew it. So I hate when things like that happen. But my worst for the weekend, I took my 8-year-old son, to the Globetrotters yesterday. My son, I coach his 8U team. he's expecting it to be a game because he doesn't really understand the Globetrotters and their shtick. He hated it. He's like, Dad, they're just actors, and they're not even good actors. I'm like, buddy, I'm sorry. I didn't really think about that when we got these tickets. Globetrotters have fallen off, man. So I don't recommend that, but I got him a basketball, so he was happy about that.
Take it, JD.
Yeah, it's one of those.
I saw it a couple years ago. I took Jack to see it. He liked it.
Back when I was in school at Jack State, they came, and I think either Curly Nil or Meadowlark Lemon was still traveling with him at the time. I mean, now he was
legends.
Yeah, up in the,
and it was really old.
Yeah, I mean, it was the other guys that did it, but at least some of the originals.
Well, I mean, some of the stuff they do. I mean, going in, if you know what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the shots they make are pretty amazing.
Yeah, it really is. But maybe I was just a naive kid. When I was a kid, I thought there was just one group of them.
Oh, I did too.
And I think there are multiple ones that travel around now.
I think there was just one group.
I think there was, like, when they were on Scooby-Doo, that was the one group.
So when they would come to town, it was all the name brand guys.
I think so. Yeah. I think they decided, now that we don't have the name brand guys, let's just get a bunch of guys to make as much money as we can while we can.
Yeah. Let's see. MJ's worst of the weekend, 1883. I'm tapping out. I haven't tapped in yet. So I'd love to know, MJ, why you're tapping out so quick.
Probably, I'm guessing, because of Faith Hill and Tim McGraw.
Hard to believe that they're great actors and actresses. Jason, hate the Bengals, hate Joe Burrow. I hope this is the worst Super Bowl in history with the Rams in a blowout. I'm not, I think it's going to be that way. I know LT doesn't want to hear that. This feels like a 30-point Rams win.
If the Rams were 7-point favorites, I would agree with you. I think this number has come out so small, it scares me as a Rams fan.
I don't know how to ask this poll question because I don't know how Auburn fans feel about him. I don't think Alabama fans like Joe Burrow, but do you at least respect him?
Oh, you have.
I can get not liking him, but how can you not respect him?
I like the kid.
I mean, I don't have anything against him, but Alabama fans, I think, probably don't like Joe Burrow.
When he threw that fourth quarter interception, I was like, this game's over.
It was a terrible pass.
It was a bad pass, but that guy always rebounds, man, and nothing rattles him at all.
Yeah. All right. Mark says Bama will be in the dance 10 seed. No way. They're higher than 10 seed.
But how do you trust, and I know we'll get more into this, how do you trust a team if you're going to go deep in the tournament? You know the last time they won 3 consecutive games?
December
11th.
Yeah. I would say Alabama will be between a 5 and a 7 seed by the time we get there.
Yeah, I think they'll be, that's about right.
Yeah, 5 to 7 seed. All right, top of the hour here. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation about college football and these debate that's out there about divisions and should we have divisions or not, and more of the developing news that's going on. And later, Nate Oats of Alabama basketball scheduled to be with us in the final hour. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Michelson. That quick look ahead there brought to you by Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number you can call to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, it's been almost 2 decades. I went in, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I had no idea. Got scheduled. I was a potential candidate. Went in, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. Now 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mark Michelson, best in the business in my opinion. Call today to find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, John Lunsford here from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. As a former offensive lineman, I understand what it's like to be a bigger guy. Despite my success on the field, my habits did not equate to healthy habits later in life. However, our friends at Way to Wellness have developed a plan to help me and all of us here at the Next Round get healthy without killing the fun that we have as a show. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about Way to Wellness and follow our journey at nextroundlive.com and see how you can win a prize to celebrate our good health together with our friends from Way to Wellness.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, halfway through the show, that means we're to the Champy's world-famous fried chicken hour, champyschicken.com, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, officially open for lunch right now on this Monday. If you're looking for a great place to swing by, Highway 119, Sterling's Crew there. You swing by there, you get the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, or you can get chicken on a stick with those peppers and onions deep fried right there. Poor boys tenders, those full fried chicken plates. They'll leave you when you're done planning your next visit. That's how good it is right there. Check out the menu, champyschicken.com. Your home for blues, brews, and bird. It is Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, right there in Alabaster. Been a busy morning. Brown will keep an eye on the AP rankings coming out. No doubt Auburn will be number 1. Alabama expected to be back in the top 25. Auburn beat Oklahoma. Alabama beat Baylor, part of the SEC's win over the Big 12 in the SEC Big 12 Challenge. I heard our buddy... who is it? Dustin Dvorak?
Dusty Dvorak in Oklahoma City?
Yeah, and Danny Cannell this morning on their show on my drive in this morning. And they were saying they would like to see this SEC Big 12 Challenge like that from most of the Power 5 conferences, and throw in the American in the middle of football season, like the first Saturday in October in football season. you got to stop comparing football and basketball. You can't have basketball scheduling football, and you can't have a challenge like this in the middle of a football season just out of nowhere. I mean, we get like week 3, I think, so we get Auburn, Penn State this year. We get Alabama, Texas in week 2. Once you get into October, it's time for conference play at that point.
I agree with you.
Well, that's one of those that's a really good idea until you start putting it on paper how you would make it work, how basically the Big 12 and the SEC would have to do their conference schedules and their non-conference schedules to even make this work. They would have to collaborate in doing it.
Yeah.
And also you've only got 10 Big 10 teams. You've got 14 SEC teams.
Yeah, the Alliance may be able at some point, and Danny pointed this out, maybe you'll get to the point where the Big 10 and the ACC or the ACC and the Pac-12 could do something like this.
Maybe.
Scheduling. But it's you can't compare basketball to football. And same way with the playoffs. Same way with the playoffs. You can't. Well, we got all this access to the NCAA basketball tournament. Well, that's right. You can play 2 basketball games on a Thursday and a Saturday, and then crank up and do it again next Thursday and Saturday.
Well,
you can't do football.
I think
that
for
way.
a 12-game regular season, you just don't need a jolt in the arm for college football. We get excited about each and every Saturday. You know, I think for college basketball, when you're playing 30-plus games, and before we get into March Madness, to have an event like this is kind of shot in the arm for college basketball, and it adds a little more excitement. You don't need that in college football.
It was must-see TV on Saturday.
Yeah,
it was the best
good.
thing that was on television Saturday. NFL wasn't happening until Sunday, and it was a reason, okay, SEC versus Big 12. We can keep a scorecard all day long on ESPN, and you know, can the SEC win it? It's going to end up 5-5. Can the Big 12 win it? It's really good. It's worked out really well, and I think it's more, you know, because I'm part of it with being in the SEC country. But the ACC Big Ten Challenge, which was one that started this, goes on during football season now, and I lose a little bit of that when it's happening during the week.
I agree, yeah.
This sort of stands out on its own. I think, you know, Sankey and Bowles have done a great job of getting this to where it is, and I think the SEC, the last 5 years, 3 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw, I think. So it's been pretty good for the Southeastern Conference. And the other big story is staff changes for Auburn and Alabama. For Auburn, it's a big one. The OC, Austin Davis, is out. That's been confirmed now, and Austin has released a quote. And at Alabama, they've hired Eric Wolford, the offensive line coach from Kentucky, to have the same position in Tuscaloosa. And Doug Marrone looks like he's moving back to the NFL in the Broncos. Alabama could also be looking for an OC. Bill O'Brien rumored to be taking the Patriots' offensive coordinator job.
All right, I got the top 25 for you.
All
Here,
right.
Auburn does remain number 1 with 49 first-place votes of the 63 possible. Gonzaga gets those others. UCLA is 3rd, Purdue 4, Kentucky 5, who Alabama plays on Saturday.
Wow, so 1 and 5 this week for Alabama.
Houston is 6, Arizona 7. Baylor drops to 8 from 4 to 8 after losing to Alabama. Duke 9, Kansas 10, drops from 5 to 10 after losing to Kentucky. On the bottom part of the poll.
Can I guess where Alabama's in?
You may.
I think they jump all the way in to 17.
I think 23.
Number 17, Jim, is UConn. So it is not Alabama. Alabama remains unranked.
Alabama did not bounce back into the poll.
They did not bounce back into
wow.
the poll. Sometimes you try to make polls make sense. They don't. For instance, Alabama, who beat LSU, is 26. LSU is 25th. And they've got a fairly significant point lead over Alabama, 180 to 97. For instance, Texas is 23rd. Tennessee is 22nd. If only we'd seen those two teams play recently, we'd know who's better, right?
Is there a chance that half the people voting in the poll did not know that LSU lost to Kansas State over the weekend?
There is that chance, yeah. And clearly didn't know that Texas beat Tennessee either because they've got them. I don't know. Again, you try to make sense of these polls. Sometimes they just don't make any sense at all. I thought Alabama would jump back in too. They didn't. Auburn remaining number 1. Not a surprise to anyone, though.
All right. So that's Auburn number 1 hosting unranked Alabama tomorrow night, 8 o'clock down in Auburn Arena for that one. Sold out, obviously, for that contest tomorrow. And we'll have Nate Oats coming up a little over an hour and a half from right now. All right. Before we get to our 3 and out today, and LT has that ready to roll and trash on the table still to come this hour. Last week, the Big Ten started talking about doing away with divisions, maybe as early as 2023, so they could speed up maybe playing these alliance games with the Pac-12 or the ACC, some good out-of-conference games. Where are you guys right now on divisions in college football? Like, let's use the SEC as an example. If we do get to an expanded playoff, or maybe not an expanded playoff, do you think divisions are the way to go in the future?
We had this discussion when you were out, and I guess it was when the Big Ten had broken their news last week, and I forgot what day it was. Wednesday.
Yep.
I said, the only one that really matters to me is the SEC, and maybe that's just tradition. The format, the way it's set up for so many years, and going to Atlanta for that SEC championship, there was just something special about it. But Brown kind of, had counterpoints to that it really hasn't mattered. I mean,
do you know the last time? I went back and looked at this after we discussed it. The last time, if it were just no divisions, that I can guarantee you. Now, I'm assuming the SEC would pick teams based on record, right? And if the record were the same, they'd have some sort of tie break. Maybe it's where they're ranked or whatever. So the last time I can guarantee you, if we had no divisions, the SEC championship game would have been different. Guess the year.
You see what he's saying, right?
Yeah, I do see what he's saying.
So if we just throw divisions out and we go just based on rank them 1 through 14 based on record, the last time I can guarantee you it would have been different.
I would say you'd have to go back. I know it was that case when Tennessee and Florida were good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the last time would have been when either Mississippi State, Arkansas, or a bad team.
Not quite that far back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's over 20 years.
That's over 20 years, which would be impressive. 2011 is the last time because Alabama and LSU were that good. Now, Georgia was still 7-1.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, so Georgia might have been in there based on record. I don't know what the tiebreaker would have been.
Well, that's why.
Most of the time, it wouldn't even affect the SEC championship.
But I do think
2010
it's
is the one I
taken
can
a
guarantee
little
you.
bit away from the Big 12. Now, the Big 12 plays a round robin. I just think it complicates scheduling.
Yeah,
it does. That does make for an easy pattern scheduling, right? That, okay, you're going to play all your teams in your division and have those crossovers. But it's also preventive on the scheduling side that allows you to rotate games in and out faster if you don't have divisions. You can face those opponents on a more frequent basis, which I think fans are yearning for.
Well, one thing we discussed is, would you be cool? Because one of the things the Big Ten is talking about is you might not do home and homes. Nebraska might play Rutgers one year and then Penn State the next year. One would be on the road, one would be at home, obviously. Are you okay with that if we don't do home and home? So, Alabama plays South Carolina, and then the next year Alabama plays Kentucky.
Well, I'm okay with that as long as the next time I play,
it's back in my place.
Yeah, I don't want to play the next 3 times I play. Say Alabama plays Auburn. No, they'll play each other. Alabama plays Georgia. That for 3 straight years it's in Tuscaloosa. I wouldn't want that as a Georgia fan.
Not at all. Yeah.
It should be the next time we play, it's back at my place.
It's a home and home. It's just separated by however many years you'd have to separate.
2, 3, or 4 years.
Yeah. I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with that. I mean, I want to see more. I want to see the SEC teams play each other more often.
See, I think if we don't need to expand to 12 teams if we're able to get our conferences worked out right, that can almost be elimination games to get in there. Now, it would eliminate us having multiple SEC teams in the playoffs. But if you got your 2 best SEC teams playing each other every year in Atlanta, as Brown points out, it often does. But that eliminates getting, say, an Alabama in 2017 into the playoffs. That year, I without divisions, I think Alabama still goes to Atlanta. I guess not.
2017. No,
Auburn was number 2 in the rankings.
Again, it depends on how you do your tiebreakers. And Auburn had beaten Alabama head-to-head. I would imagine Auburn is there.
I'll tell you another appealing thing about divisions is you typically don't get a rematch.
Yeah.
And if we have non-divisions, you're going to get a lot of rematches.
Yeah, you do. You do in the Big 12 because of the round-robin schedule.
I mean, it would not affect the SEC championship game. It would affect scheduling. And the thing we talked about, which this has always, to me, been the stumbling block, the Big Ten model, because the Big Ten's talking about now going backwards to 8 games.
That's right. Because they want to add that alliance game.
Right. So their model has always been, or their model is, 3 permanents and then rotate the other 5. Finding the 3 permanents for everybody, like some are super obvious, some really are not.
Well, and the 3 permanents makes it tough for, say Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Auburn, because their permanents are all good teams.
Yeah.
Well, then you start doing the leftovers, and all of a sudden Mississippi State and Ole Miss has a lesser schedule because their permanents are, Vandy and Kentucky.
Yeah.
Tell me your permanents for Tennessee if you're a Tennessee fan.
Alabama. I mean, they wouldn't want it, but that's Alabama. You got to keep that game, I think.
Yeah. Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
I think that's it.
And that's rough.
But as we pointed out, you lose Vandy.
You lose Vandy and you lose Kentucky.
And Kentucky, which those are long-standing rivalries.
So you probably go, if you're Tennessee, you want it to be Alabama, Vandy, Kentucky.
Yes, you do. But now I've lost Tennessee, Florida. Do I want to lose that game every year?
Yeah.
I mean, or Tennessee, Georgia, that's a historically really good game. So that really gets tricky there. Some are obvious.
If you're Alabama, you go LSU, Auburn, and Tennessee.
I mean, I think that would be the obvious three. I mean, Alabama, Mississippi State have played for a long time, but Alabama's dominated that.
But see, now you're Texas A&M. You're setting out there like, well, wait, now
we discussed this.
I don't get Alabama.
Yeah, because
you're okay with that.
You are, unless you've got 5,000 seats you want to fill up at Kyle Field every Saturday.
But like we talked about with Arkansas, they got 2 trophy games. Do you just punt those trophy games? I mean, they play for the boot against LSU. They play for the Southwest Classic against Arkansas.
Well, A&M. Once Texas comes in, Texas is going to be one of those
There's
three.
no doubt. Yeah. That makes it even trickier because when Texas comes in, you're going to want to keep Texas, Oklahoma.
Yep, and you want Texas A&M.
You want Texas A&M, so boom. I mean, just right out of the chute.
And Texas LSU.
I mean, I think I'd like to see that. So now all of a sudden Texas has come to the league, and if I'm Georgia – Texas isn't coming to my place for 5 years or 6 years or
never
whatever.
getting them.
Yeah. So, I mean, that it does get complicated.
That is the problem with all of that. All right, 3 and Out later on in the show, and we will do trash when we come back here, and still to come, Nate Oats. One side note away from what we've been talking about in basketball, and that's big wins for Alabama and Auburn. Andy's team did it again. They had a big win on a road trip to start off and then lost to a lesser opponent on the getaway road trip game. They did it when they were at North Texas, lost to Rice, and then this time they get the big win on the road at Western Kentucky and then blow it to winless in the league Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, that was Alabama equivalent of losing to Georgia.
Yeah.
But, Marshall pretty much controlled that game. Marshall shot 55%, but Marshall had an 11-point lead with 2:18 left. And, Jelly Walker had an opportunity to tie that game with 4 seconds left. So they scratched and clawed and at least made a game of it.
You just.
But that's one of those. It's baffling, Brown, that they lost that game.
Here, and I think people think I hate Gonzaga. I really don't. But the one thing I will say about Gonzaga, they've not been able to win a national championship. But it is hard to win conference road games. I don't care how bad the team is. I mean, just look at Auburn. Missouri took them to the final buzzer. Auburn's the number 1 team in the nation. Right? That's a hard game to win for Auburn at Missouri. It's hard to win conference road games. It's hard to win 3 straight conference road games back to back to back, which is what UAB was asked to do.
Right.
So it's the most impressive thing Gonzaga has done. I mean, how often have they been undefeated in that league, you think? Out of the last, how long has this Gonzaga run going? 15, 20 years? I mean, I feel like about half the time they go undefeated in that league, don't they? That's what it feels like.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's true or not. About half the time.
St. Mary's was a team that battled them a little bit.
But I mean, and they occasionally.
But I agree with you about half the time.
I don't care how bad your league is. It is hard to go undefeated on the road in the league. Those are just hard games to play. And you could almost see this coming with UAB. They're still the best team in that league.
Jack State, who is eligible, by the way, for the automatic bid to the NCAA tournament in the ASUN, beat 3-time defending champion Liberty on the road this weekend. The Gamecocks have won 10 straight games. They ended a 21-game home court win streak for Liberty. And Jalen Gibbs had 21. That Jack State team, now the best team in the ASUN, could add to our teams in the NCAA tournament. We're looking possibly 4, and depending on if Troy or South Alabama could get hot and get into the tournament, 4 or 5 teams from the state of Alabama into the big dance.
Yeah, I mean, Alabama State or A&M and the SWAC,
about middle of the pack right now. They both play tonight.
But it's a tournament. That's a one bid league. That's whoever gets hot in the conference tournament. So. No, you're right. I mean, Jack State has, I think, surprised a lot of people. That was a huge win for them.
They will go into the ASUN tournament as the favorite to win.
Yeah, they should be the 1 seed. Right now, they would be the 1 seed in the ASUN.
Yeah, so that's basketball this past weekend. All right, when we come back, LT has got trash on the table. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Bud Light. They're our title sponsor here, and they've got these Bud Light seltzer sodas. And Brown, you've sampled these before.
Yeah, I've had the citrus and the cherry cola. They're both very good.
Yeah, wonderful flavors there. And we've got summer coming up. I mean, when does the weather get hot around here?
Well, I mean, we're up in the 70s this week.
Up into the 70s. You can steal some golf today, and this is fantastic on the golf course. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack with 4 classic flavors: classic cola, cherry cola, citrus soda, and orange soda that all pop for you right there in the cooler, each with 0 sugar and only 100 calories. Perfect for golf, perfect by the pool, perfect at the beach. Available wherever you buy beer. Drink responsibly. It's Bud Light Seltzer Hard Sodas Variety Pack right there at the store.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Nick over the Farmfolio chat room just left Hamburger Heaven drive-thru and got the yummy club sandwich down there.
Sir, you
sponsor, yes. Nick, way to go, man.
See, I love the pickles. I leave the pickles on. Who takes? I know Rockstar doesn't like pickles.
I hate pickles.
Do you keep the pickles on?
Oh, I love pickles. Yeah, I love pickles too.
Why do you hate pickles, Rockstar?
I wish I did love them. They look like something that would be so good. I just don't like that bitterness. I don't like the bitter taste of a pickle.
We went to a non-sponsor on Saturday for lunch, and was with Jack, his buddy Ryan, and roommate, and all three passed their pickle on to me.
Oh,
there's a lot of people that don't like pickles.
You know, there's like a Greek food place where they are heavy on the olives, and my family doesn't like olives, the black olives, so I just get them and pass them right to me. I love them.
I get nervous if the olive still got the pit in it.
Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, these are pitless.
Yeah.
No pit, however you say it.
Jeff says he'll try out Hamburger Heaven next time he's down there. Nick keeps the pickles on his. Getting to see a little bit of LT's Rams gear rolling through over there.
I'm superstitious, so I couldn't decide whether or not to wear the same outfit. This is so pathetic, that I wore for the Tampa game. And then I went back and I had wore something different for the Monday night game against Arizona. So I went with a different outfit yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. Do you still burn sage?
I burned sage before the Tampa game, and I thought about burning it yesterday, but I did not.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Rockstar, tell us about your guy, Adam Mestre, before we get to trash here. Adam Mestre, who was surprised today. Rockstar, earlier, we get the Adam Mestre tweet today, who is wondering, after watching last week, how low will LT's hat be pulled down over his eyes during today's show? If you were with us on Friday, he had a low-riding Rams hat, and I guess people were, at least Mestre was thinking that maybe a little celebration run deep may have been covering up those eyes today, but he's hat-free today.
Hatless,
Yeah.
yes.
He's got happy eyes today.
Well, you mentioned Adam Mestre. I got to mention this. Did you know he's a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area? You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? If you're thinking of selling your house in the spring, you need to act now because January, is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing your home. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make the house goals.
What in the world?
That was Stripe and Gremlins.
Do it again.
That's bizarre that you could do that voice.
All right.
It's like you're possessed.
Paul says, hey, I love Nate throwing jabs at Auburn. Alabama plays Auburn. We'll have this sound either later in the show or tomorrow for you. But their news conference Zoom call going on right now. This is the quote per Michael Casagrande, AL.com. We have a little bit larger of an arena than they, Auburn, have, and they traveled over here a little bit. Hopefully we sneak a few Alabama fans in over there. That place is going to be nuts because they don't seat many people. Do you take that as a jab or no?
I mean, there might be a little shade there. Listen, that might have been the best atmosphere Alabama could put on at a basketball game Saturday. You can't, Alabama, in that arena, in the arena they're in.
Oh.
All right, now, wait a minute.
No, I just got a story on that.
Okay.
This is really weird. This is for trash on the table. It just got sent to me. And so when I was opening the story, somebody has passed away that you guys, it's celebrity.
Okay.
But anyway, there's a reason to this, and it's got a Cincinnati feel to it. And I just
I know what you're talking about. Another one bites the dust. I thought you had that up in celebration of the Rams.
I don't know why I know that came up. But that's sad. I guess it came from a dead celebrity website.
That's sad.
All right. This hour of the show brought to you by the great folks at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, right there in Alabaster. Open for lunch. Get by there and enjoy a great meal with Sterling and the crew. That leads us right into trash. Rockstar hits the big button. Another one.
Working for Marvel, the Super Bowl commercial. Did you get a lot of reaction to that Super Bowl commercial?
What Super Bowl commercial?
Oh, you know what?
Oh.
My mistake.
See,
Right.
I'm not Lawrence Fishburne.
That's my fault. I know that. That was my fault.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Yes, our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're in need of some quick cash, keep those New Year's resolutions afloat. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they're the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track. With a cash out refinance, you can make the most expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity. Ring in the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. So, did you guys ever watch WKRP in Cincinnati?
It was a little before my time. Yeah.
It was Les Nessman was the news guy with glasses, and then Johnny Fever was the DJ.
He passed away.
Johnny Fever did?
Fever. R.I.P. Howard Hessman
I can't. When I open it, it does. Another one bites the dust. So I don't
What
know
are you
the
looking for?
details
Is
on this.
IMDb?
Yeah, just Howard Hessman.
He had some sitcom after that he was like a teacher.
But I mean, he was the original
Head of the
Tony
class.
Curry, right?
Head of the class?
Yes.
Yeah, he was Tony Curry on that show.
Yeah,
there's no
and
doubt.
Tony's from Nashville.
From Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. I just
Yeah.
always pictured Tony, thinking that guy was his idol.
Boy, he did a lot of TV movies. I'm looking for. He was on Mike and Molly, yeah, but I mean, those are just walked-in roles. I don't know. ER. I mean, he was on some pretty good TV series, but boy, he did not do much after that.
Hey, I came across this real quick. Celebrities that have changed their names. You just tell me if they did a better job on the name change. Jamie Foxx used to be Eric Marlon Bishop.
I love Jamie Foxx. That's a good name. He goes double X too, right?
Yes, he does.
He's just in honor of Red Fox.
Yeah, Jamie Foxx.
Michael Caine was Maurice Joseph Micklewhite.
Are you serious? The British Michael Caine?
Yeah.
No, Brown, the Michael Caine
Yeah,
from
the
Coleman.
Canadian Michael Caine.
Elton John, I told you I'm reading his biography right now, was Reginald Kenneth Dwight before
No
he
doubt.
changed it to Elton John.
Yeah, it's hard for Reginald Kenneth to be a rock star.
Bob Dylan was Robert Allen Zimmerman. This is good. Charlie Sheen, his
Well, his
half
dad's Martin
brothers.
Sheen.
Well, but he's half brothers with Emilio Estevez.
Yeah.
Now his father was Carlos Irwin Estevez. He was born Ramon Gerardo Antonio Estevez.
Yeah,
He had to shorten that thing up to Charlie Sheen.
So Martin Sheen's actual name is.
I think they share the same mother, right?
That I don't know because Charlie looks exactly like Martin.
Well, Martin's got to be the dad, or he wouldn't go by Sheen.
Yeah, that's true.
That's very confusing.
Oh, I got it. No, let me take this back.
All right.
Martin Sheen was born Ramon
Okay.
Gerardo Antonio Estevez.
Okay.
Yeah, but Charlie Sheen changed his name to Sheen from Estevez.
Right, I got you. Well, you kind of had to when your dad changed his name.
Yeah.
And then you're an actor too, although Emilio said, no, I'm keeping mine.
but if you're changing your name, don't you hate your dad that he changed his name because now I don't get to choose from all the names? I've got to go with Sheen. You've sort of boxed me in.
No, Emilio said, you know what? I'm not going to be Emilio Sheen. I'll be Emilio Estevez.
John Legend, when he signed with Kanye West record label, he changed his name from John Roger Stevens to John Legend.
I like that. Just give me Legend.
A little bit of an ego.
I'm going to keep the John.
And then the final one I'll do, there's a million of these. Bruno Mars was once Peter Gene Hernandez.
Yeah, Bruno Mars is better.
By the way, if you've ever seen the movie Honeymoon in Vegas, young Bruno Mars is an Elvis impersonator.
Oh, wow.
Did not know that.
I mean, he's very talented. Smuff says Axl Rose was Bill Bailey and Slash was Saul Hudson.
I think they did good with their name change.
Olivia Wilde was Olivia Cockburn. She was.
Oh, her brother plays basketball for Illinois. It's your favorite
Kofi.
player. Yeah,
And
Kofi.
then, Ralph Lauren changed his because his original name was Ralph Lifshitz. It's not a joke.
You don't want to live that.
There's no joke here.
Is that the new Lifshitz?
So
You got one of those lift shit shirts on.
Endeavor air captain from Florida miraculously won a spot on SpaceX's first tourist flight, but says he had to give up his seat because
He was too big.
Didn't want to wear a mask.
Brown drilled it, exceeded the weight limit.
That's right. Sorry, sir.
Kyle Hipchen, 43 years old, a lifelong space enthusiast. There's a bunch out there, right?
I'm lifelong. Well, I've only been in about the past 5 years, but
I didn't like it before we landed on the moon, but since then, boom.
He bought $600 worth of tickets for a seat raffled off by Shift for Payments founder and CEO Jared Isaacman. After winning the jackpot, he read the fine print and realized that at 330 pounds, he couldn't occupy the seat, which was for passengers of only 250 pounds and under.
Yeah, too much in the payload.
He gave it to his college roommate, who's also a, quote, fellow space zealot.
Well, I didn't know you could just gift it like that. That's interesting. But here's what, like on the airplane, I feel like we're probably a little over the top on how much we worry about the weight of the luggage. But if I'm flying to space, I want us to be
Tell that to Aaliyah.
Yeah, if I'm... I mean, my God.
Just saying.
And Richie Valens.
Well, were
they heavy?
No, I don't know.
When you're flying commercial, it's a little different. That's a bigger plane. But if I'm going to space, I want us to be dead on right there.
Again,
right?
I'll say this, and I'll continue to say it as long as we do this show and these space things come up. Why in the hell do you want to go to space?
Well, I wouldn't mind going to space, but...
Like, if we gave you an opportunity today, hey, we're going to fly you out to space, you'd go?
Yeah. I mean, if I trusted the conveyance, I would probably trust NASA. Like you said, first commercial flight. I don't know that I want to be on the first one.
Look,
I want to let them get a few under their belt.
If you give me space or Ibiza, I'll take Ibiza.
Well, that wasn't the choice I was
Now, here's where it would
Space
get,
or Key West. Space or 38. I'll take 38.
Here's where it gets tricky. Space or jumping out of a plane. Again, I don't like heights, so that would be a big decision for me.
I would opt for neither one at that point.
Yeah, but if you had to do one, that's going to be a tough one. Rocky, would you jump out of a plane?
Jump out of a plane, yeah.
I think I'd go space.
I think I'd lean space.
Either way, you're dependent on the parachutes.
Yeah. I'm going to go space, and I'm going to have a little pill.
That's a good poll question.
I'm going to have a watch that you can open up and have one of those little pills in it.
The cyanide pill?
Yeah.
Kill you right away.
Just in case.
You would take it, then the chute would open. Your dead body would.
So David Rush.
He panicked.
This dude cannot have a job, by the way. David Rush of Idaho set out to break one Guinness World Record every week of 2021.
Oh, he's going to try one a week, huh?
This was last year.
Oh, how'd he do?
He completed his goal.
Oh, good for him.
And these are really cool records.
52 records.
I would love to have.
Here's just an example of some of the records he broke. The fastest 100-meter blindfolded.
What was the record?
I don't know. I don't even know what he said.
Kicking my toe against the wall while wearing a hat.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff
I'll
like
bet
that.
Odell Beckham could beat it tomorrow, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, blindfolded, I'd take Odell.
He also broke the record of most marshmallows caught by mouth in 1 minute.
I mean, somebody had to do it.
Miniatures or real size?
Got to be miniature.
Can I spit them out, or do I have to keep them in my mouth? It gets to be talented.
Dunaway's a big rules guy.
Another record he broke, most thumbtacks inserted into a cork board in 1 minute.
Ah, yeah, that's my favorite record.
Ooh, in 1 minute.
How about most kiwis sliced on a balance board in 1 minute?
Yeah.
Fastest time to arrange a chess set. And his final record he broke last year, or just one example, was most T-shirts put on in 1 minute.
Oof, I'd get hot.
You know what that guy would win? He'd win a prize during a timeout at a college basketball game.
I think I've actually seen that one.
Who can put on the most T-shirts? Ready? Go.
Look at Jimmy G's gold chain. I mean, he looks like a gangster.
Jimmy G legit looks like he could have somebody rubbed out.
You know what? Just in a brief moment, I thought maybe he would take off his 49ers helmet and just like sit it on the goal line as he was walking off. Just leave it out there. Because everybody's talking about him leaving and everything. All he's done is gotten him where? Where is he taking him? To the NFC Championship game?
And you know, Deebo Samuel, when they showed the tweet, he sent it out the night before the game. All the guy does is win. It's not pretty, and he does always make that one mistake. But, I mean, the guy was a play away from 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah. By the way,
in 3 years.
If he ends up Tampa Bay's quarterback next year,
you take it?
Better than a lot of options out there. Take him in a heartbeat.
Of any of us here, I would think that Dunaway would know this best. Do you know what app fog is?
App fog?
An app on your phone, app fog?
App fog is going to be, this is Jim or not, tell me if I'm lying or not. App fog is going to be, I'm paying for that app, but I forget I'm paying for the app, and it's just ringing me up for charges every month.
Whether it's Instagram or Candy Crush, most of us have a range of apps installed on our smartphones that we often get lost in. Now, new research has revealed to the extent to which many people are obsessed with their apps. YouGov survey found 1 in 4 people struggle to keep up with friends because they're using too many apps. The phenomenon is known as app fog. It's caused by confusion when multiple apps are used to message friends. Smartphone users forget to use which app and in turn are unable to stay on top of conversations. Nearly 47% surveyed said they would rather just use messaging app if they could.
Well, I don't.
What's wrong with text?
I don't understand how, like Instagram now, like I thought if I'm following people, that's the only people I want. Now it's like all of a sudden, if the people I've not followed is like 3 people I've followed, and then it's like a stream of people I don't even follow.
I noticed that the other day. That happened. I wondered if it was a glitch.
And I was like, why?
I think what happens on some of these apps,
people on here?
like, you know, there'll be some people out there that know this, but WhatsApp was that app that you could use overseas. And I think a lot of people were using the WhatsApp for a different kind of below board relationship.
Okay.
And I think that's probably going on with some of this.
The old below border relationship.
Because, I mean, most people would just text, right?
Yeah.
But if you're trying to not get caught up,
right,
somebody see your text.
Yeah.
That's why you would use some of these other apps.
They're also saying, like, if I post my Thanksgiving dinner on Facebook and then you follow me on Instagram and I didn't post it, then, like, I can't keep in touch because which one did you do the Thanksgiving post on?
Right.
Instead of doing it on all platforms, people are like, I don't know how to keep.
Well, they don't have to worry. Dunaway sprays the board.
Well, I mean, I have them connected. I just have them connected.
Sprays the board.
How about this one out of Thornhurst, Pennsylvania? A man was arrested after being accused of beating another person with a metal skillet who refused an offer of potatoes, according to police.
Now, you're not supposed to wash a metal skillet. Do you do that after this?
Well, you got to get the blood off somehow.
This skillet's not going to be used again. You'll
it's
hear
gonna-
it. Police say 27-year-old man
evidence.
was frying potatoes in hot oil with a metal skillet, offered them to a 32-year-old victim who declined. That's when the man became, quote, suddenly enraged and threw the hot frying oil and potatoes in the victim's face without warning.
Yeah, that'll get you put in
Authorities
prison.
said he went on to beat the person so hard with the skillet that the handle snapped off.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, the victim was taken to the hospital to be treated for burns and a significant head injury.
I would think.
The man cooking the potatoes now faces several charges, including aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
All because he said no to the potatoes.
I mean, he really liked his potatoes.
I bet you can make hell of potatoes in one of those iron skillets.
Oh, there's no doubt.
They're good, yeah.
And finally, Japanese rail companies pride themselves on making customer safety a priority, and that means creating a monster to keep children from falling into the gap between the platform and the train. You know, if you've ever ridden one of these trains on the subway, you've got that gap. Apparently, there's been a big problem. Now, the idea is the brainchild of West Japan Railroad Company, J.R. West. The project came out after J.R. West found that over the past 3 years, 1 in 3 cases of passengers falling into the gap at stations involved kids under the age of 10. So they decided to create a monster called the Tsukama Mori. Now, if you don't mind the gap, the giant gap gecko will climb out and get you.
Oh, my God. That's even scarier.
According to the character's bio, Tsukima Mori is 46 feet long, which is about the size of 10 kids. Lives in the gap between the platform and the train. Whenever its gap space is disturbed, Tsukima Mori gets angry and grabs whoever is in 6 arms length away.
Wow.
This would scare you to death as a kid,
really
right? You
would.
got a picture of him?
You wouldn't want to step over the gap at that point, would you?
He was up for a little bit. Yeah.
He doesn't look intimidating, though.
Well, he doesn't, but if he's 46 feet.
Well, that kid over there is freaking out. He's with his arm. Have you ever cried with your arms up?
Yeah.
That kid is freaking out.
Well, my problem would be I'd be scared to step over the gap now. I never want to ride the subway again. That's what would happen to me. I'd be scared. That is Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up some funds, cash out refi could be exactly what you need. Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. If you're ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket, head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Smuff says, forget prison for the dude with the skillet. Dude should go to the island. And Jeff B. says he broke the dadgum handle off of it.
Buddy, do you know how hard that'd be?
A metal skillet. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hey, Cowan Equipment poll questions are out right now. Brown's got those for you. We'll update those and a lot more when we come back right here. And a lot of NFL conversations still to come. And Nate Oats on the next round.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's Rockstar here to tell you about my weight loss challenge with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. And having a pregnant wife, I too have put on some pounds. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild custom and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. They give you the lock every day. Jeremy all over the Bengals yesterday, nailing that one. He likes the Bengals in the Super Bowl. Jeremy Purvis is the plumber you keep on standby with Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. His team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they also will give you free quotes. They are licensed and bonded and insured right there, and they do everything from drips to new fixtures, small, large, commercial or residential. The plumber you need on standby is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com, 205-516-4927, 516-4927, ironmountainworld.com. Just train it. Did you have a good weekend over the weekend with lanceslog.com?
I had a really good Sunday. We've killed it. So going back to a divisional round, we are 5-0.
5-0
in the NFL, yeah. We've had a really good NFL run.
And you'll be sending out a play a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor. A couple of big basketball
College
games
hoops tonight.
Yeah, a couple of big games tonight, including Duke, as they have a good basketball game tonight. West Virginia and Baylor play tonight. Why are you smiling?
Because Chris at Next Round Live has Dunaway getting back from space. And we asked him on the show how it was. And Dunaway goes, it's kind of disappointing. Yeah. They make it seem so impressive on TV,
yeah,
but
those stars aren't that bright.
I was let down, to be honest.
Well, I mean, I really do think it'll be disappointing if you get up there.
You think it'd be disappointing to go to space?
It's a lot of empty space. It really is.
I think it'd be how cool would it be to be able to look down at Earth?
It would be incredible.
It would be incredible.
Okay.
It would be incredible.
Okay, that's good for 5 minutes. Okay, now what? Now what are we doing?
Well, I mean, hell,
he threw a pass. I bet he's gonna run it next.
The stars
It's the same thing.
The stars are so much more brilliant when you don't have to view them through our atmosphere. I mean, it's got to be incredible.
And just think about how different your body in that atmosphere would feel.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we were up to 30 minutes. Now
my
what?
gosh, you're hard to please. I cannot imagine being Maggie. It is spaced in a way. I mean, there have been how many 8 billion people on Earth, and how many have actually been to space out of that 8 billion?
Yeah.
Do you know the exclusive group you're in?
A couple thousand, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
But I mean,
and they rave about it.
You've all gone to see the best view or the most amazing thing.
Give me the best view you've ever had.
I can't think of it. Right
See,
now.
you're impossible to impress.
I think I'm easily impressed.
Yeah, Dunaway.
Easily impressed.
You're easily impressed. You don't like anything.
But then I'm ready to move on to the next thing.
You can't even tell us the most amazing thing you've ever seen.
The most
Because
amazing
I've had
view you've
so
ever
many
seen.
amazing
Okay, well,
things.
give me 3 of them.
I can't think of it. Brown, don't put me on the spot.
I mean,
the Oklahoma, the Boomer Sooner.
This is the most.
It's too small.
This is the easiest question I could ask you. What is the greatest view you've ever had?
I mean, do you want me to? My baby's being born.
No, I want
my
a natural.
wife when she walked down the. I mean, Sunday school answer all day long. I can give those to you all day long.
Natural creation, like in nature.
I haven't been to a lot of places, Brown. Like you, I haven't been out west. I haven't been to the Pacific Northwest. The Golden Gate was impressive when I saw it. It was beautiful.
It's beautiful.
I love the Pacific as the ocean turns into the mountains as we were up in Santa Monica. It's beautiful. Yeah.
18th hole. I mean, we ate lunch next to the 18th green at Pebble Beach. You telling me that wasn't one of the most beautiful views you've ever seen?
It was beautiful. Looked better on television.
Unbelievable,
All
rock
the
star.
most beautiful places he's seen has been with Ryan Brown.
I would love you, though, because I've never heard anybody say anything negative about Augusta. And I just wonder if you really get there and say that the green is just not as it doesn't pop.
I can't take Dunaway there. I mean, I can't. He literally, I've never.
Because you're not a member.
I have never heard anybody discount the view on the 18th at Pebble. Like, I have never heard anybody play Pebble Beach.
It was raining.
That doesn't think it was incredible. And Dunaway just went with, TV makes it look better.
It was raining.
It's incredible.
Right? And we had a very so-so lunch right there. The lunch was.
God, I cannot imagine being Maggie Dunaway. You were impossible to please.
Okay, I need a ruling from the audience here. When we read it, now we haven't heard it yet. When we read it, everyone was reacting like Paul, who I love Nate taking a shot at Auburn in Auburn Arena the day before Alabama goes and plays there. And, Bobby has his feelings about Nate Oats and the tweet's gone, or the comment's gone, but douchebaggery, I think, was one word he used. So when you hear it, sometimes it doesn't sound like it reads. So shot or not a shot at Auburn Arena from Nate Oats the day before they head down to Auburn Arena to play number 1 Auburn.
We've got a little bit larger arena than they have, and they traveled over here a little bit. They had a few fans in here. Hopefully we sneak a few Alabama fans in over there, but that place is going to be nuts because they don't seat very many people. So it's a hot ticket when there's only, what was it, seat 8,000? Is that right? About 8 to 10,000, whatever it is. And they're the number 1 team in the country. They're going to sell a place out pretty much every night. So that's what they're doing.
I feel like there's a little shade in there.
A little bit. I can't really tell. I mean, it's fact.
I would like to see the question, maybe. What was the question?
Coach Michael Casagrande here, the Big House from AL.com.
By the way, you started that out like you were Tracy Wolfson.
Coach? I don't know what the question was.
Yeah.
I wasn't in on
Can we not get the question?
Well, maybe. I don't know if they sent it to Scott.
Yeah, Scott's chopping that up there. Maybe a little bit later on. We got Nate coming up in the next hour,
just
hopefully.
ask him straight up.
Yeah.
Did you take a shot?
Yeah. Were you throwing shade? We'll ask Nate that. He's an honest guy.
All right, so that's still to come. But I'd love to know what you guys think right now. Shade thrown, says Charles. All facts, no shade, says Brett.
Yeah, you can use facts as how you present them sometimes. That is the shade, right?
Yeah.
Just because it's shade doesn't mean it's not factual. He did. What made me think he was throwing a little shade is he kind of caught himself and he came back with hey, look, they're the number 1 team in the nation. Throw you a little shade, throw you a little compliment.
And he did say it's a tough place to play.
But I mean, in every plan you hear about at Alabama, right? Don't you want them to build a smaller arena, not as small as Auburn Arena?
But Coleman is way too big.
I mean, if that was in fact he said this after the game, that Saturday was their first sellout. If that was in fact their first sellout, your arena's too big.
Yeah, because I thought the Houston game was a sellout, and there was another game that
Auburn
sellout.
Houston. Yeah, I mean, you've played LSU. You've played some significant games.
He
and
called it an
one
official hard sellout. I don't even know what that means.
He said it was our first official sellout, so I can only assume that every other home game Alabama has played, they have not sold every ticket available until Saturday against Baylor. So, yeah, your arena's probably a little too big. And it's not really the size of Alabama's arena. You could build another 15,000-seat arena if you just put the seats on the court the way they are at Auburn Arena.
If you build it for basketball.
Yeah, it'd be totally different. It doesn't matter if the upper seats aren't filled if the fans that are there are on top of you.
No, I get that, but I
difficult.
still, as a fan, when I go to a game, I still look around, and it's a different atmosphere. They're empty seats.
Yeah,
I think.
You want to create demand, and Auburn has created demand. I just looked, the standing room only ticket for Auburn and Alabama tomorrow night's $188. That's what we always go by. What's that standing room only? It's $188 to stand.
And
right?
what is
courtside tickets are going for almost $1,000.
What is the official capacity?
9,000-ish.
I would guess 9,100.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so Cameron Indoor, you guys want to guess?
8,800.
87.
9,300.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
look,
it's
there's
Auburn Arena.
There's
Yeah.
a band. I mean,
Yeah.
I think under
But you know what?
10,000 is where you want to be.
Just down the road, you know what the Dean Dome is? It's like 21,000, isn't it?
Yep.
And
Rupp Arena's 22.
And I'm sure North Carolina fans take shots at Duke fans all the time. We got a bigger arena. And Duke fans are like, well, we got a bunch of banners in ours.
Yep.
Well, Carolina kind of does too, don't they?
I don't think you're making the money on ticket sales now.
No, it's all about TV.
Yep.
But really, it's about home court advantage is what you want. You
But
make your money by going to the tournament. And
Right.
you
but
win
a good
home
TV
games.
product is having that home court advantage and having the crowd going nuts.
But we know from our show at our previous stop how Nate Oats feels about Coleman Coliseum. He wants a new arena. He said it point blank to us.
From day one. I will tell you 1,000% the atmosphere at Coleman Coliseum is different if they U-shape the students right around the court like they do at Auburn Arena. I mean, the Auburn students are there. I didn't walk into the arena until when I walked in, it was an hour before game time. They're already packed in because they had to get in line to get in there, right? Not enough seats for all the students at Auburn, so they're packed in their little U-shape right on the floor. And, most 3/4 of the court is covered by Auburn students. Alabama students were all the way to the rafters, but they're in the corner. You just change the strip around the court there, and the atmosphere is different.
But you do sacrifice some premium seating to do that. I mean, it's a sacrifice you have to choose to make. Do I want to have some premium mid-court seating I can sell to big money boosters, or do I want my students in the game? And Auburn says, we want our students in a game.
Yeah,
well, Duke says, we want our students in the game.
That would be the other side of the court, the one I was sitting in with my friends.
Well, I know, but you sell it on both sides. That's what most arenas do. And then some, like Duke and Auburn and perhaps some others, say, we prefer our students to be a part of the game, so we're going to sacrifice that seating for students.
Farmfolio chat room is where all those came in. We'll talk NFL football when we come back and more basketball as well with Nate Oats in the hour. The show being brought to you in part, Brownie, by Farmfolio.
Jimmy, if you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how you can turn your investment into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne, serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. It may feel like summer's a long way off, but it will be here before you know it. Now is the time to let our friends at Wayne's get your lawn in shape to ensure you and your family enjoy that barefoot good summer lawn. The first month's free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Give them a call today. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com and let Wayne's create your happy place.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Let Way to Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Way to Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour on the show here. Final hour today on this Monday that has been very busy with 7 big stories that on any given day would be the biggest story out there. That includes Auburn being number 1 in the country again in basketball for the second week in a row. Alabama staying unranked in the AP poll. We'll talk more basketball in our headlines here, which are brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's.
Listen, you don't want to be chasing around those rodents in the crawl spaces or the attics. Let Wayne's do the work for you. They've got Smart Pest, which combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. You can get yours today, 866-WAYNES1. 866-WAYNES1. Mention the offer code TNR for the next round and get $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. 866-WAYNES and the number 1.
Auburn beats Oklahoma to help the SEC win the Big 12 Challenge over the weekend. Bruce Pearl, after our show on Friday, got an 8-year contract extension, likely keeping him at Auburn the rest of his career.
At least through 2030, he's contracted with Auburn, $5.4 million a year, raising $250,000 a year every year until the end of the contract. Bruce Pearl, after the win over Oklahoma, talked about staying with Auburn University.
It's been a good week. Yeah, it's been a great week. I haven't talked to the team about anything regarding our contract for our coaches. I'm grateful that Auburn's administration, stepped up and allowed us to stay for sure. And this has been my desire the whole time. I've not rented. I've bought. I built a forever home at Lake Martin. I've dug in, and Auburn has recognized and appreciated what we're doing. But I thanked our players, and I thanked our players' parents. There were several parents that I've thanked that if it wasn't for them sending their sons to come play for us, we wouldn't be having this kind of a year, and then we wouldn't have this opportunity to stay like this. So we're grateful, blessed, beyond what we deserve.
That's Bruce Pearl about that deal.
Second best week in Auburn basketball history.
Second best week. The best week will be going to the Final Four.
Yeah, because didn't you beat Kansas and North Carolina to go to the Final Four?
Kentucky, Kansas, North Carolina.
Yeah, whatever those two were to go from Sweet 16 to Elite 8 to Final Four, that's got to be the best week. That's second best week. Number one in the nation and locking him down.
Beat Kentucky, number one in the nation, locking him down, beating Oklahoma. It's a pretty good run. Now you got a chance to knock Alabama off.
You guys
on
give me second best week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, behind going to the Final Four, it's hard to beat what they just did, getting to number one and locking down the best coach you've ever had to what Alan Green called a lifetime contract. Now, it's 8 years. I think there are state laws that prevent it from being lifetime, so it's 8 years, which maybe as long as Bruce wants to go. What is he, 62, 63?
60.
That'd get him to 70.
Yeah.
Which that's what Nick Saban's age is. And, again, Bruce is younger than his age, much like Nick Saban. I mean, those guys that are energetic and gregarious and they're driven like that, they can go longer than that.
And coming off that incredible week, an incredible month where they didn't lose this month. Now they start off the month of February. Hard to believe that January is in the rear view now. Tomorrow by taking on an Alabama team.
How old's Boeheim?
Boeheim is
74.
I think he's 72.
Jim Boeheim is 77.
Wow.
I mean, Bruce Pearl's got almost 14 years.
You know what keeps Boeheim young, though?
His wife,
Julie Boeheim.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and his sons.
Yeah. But I will tell you, Stephen is coaching with Bruce. He's kept that, Coach Pruitt and Stephen and Flanagan all there together. Not a lot of transition in that coaching staff down at Auburn.
Yep.
Same with Nate over in Tuscaloosa.
Bruce only 61, about to be 62.
All right, so 62 years of age there. As Alabama gets a big win over Baylor over the weekend, former defending champs, number 4 in the country, so a huge win for the Crimson Tide. And they now get to go play Auburn. And for Nate Oats, hey, after you lose to Missouri and then you lose to Georgia, that was a huge, huge game for Alabama just to get things right.
It was huge, especially after the Georgia loss. I mean, the coaching staff going into the Georgia game said it's kind of a must-win here at Georgia after looking at the next 3, and then we lose it. So we really needed to get one here. It was big. I talked to the ESPN guys at our shoot-around. They said from all the metrics they could figure out, this 3-game stretch is the toughest 3-game stretch for anybody in the country all year. So to get the first one's great. You can't get all 3 if you don't get the first one. So we got the first one. Now we're, looking ahead to Auburn. We got a quick turnaround. I thought we played them tough here. We got to do a much better job at their place. It's going to be harder to beat them on the road, but we're capable. We've seemed to step up in every big game we've had.
They have played better in the big games.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, you look at their 2 most puzzling losses are Georgia and Missouri.
Yeah. And almost lost to Missouri,
twice. Yeah.
But both of those have been on true road games.
That is
on
correct.
The road.
Yep.
Their biggest win. Gonzaga was in Seattle, technically a neutral site, but a huge Gonzaga crowd.
Felt like a road game to everybody that was in Crimson.
Yeah. Houston at home.
Right.
Now you've got this win at home.
Baylor. Yep.
Baylor at home. Who else is their big wins? Tennessee was at home.
LSU
was at home.
Yep.
So, it's been Coleman's been very good to this team.
Look, I mean, the Auburn game it got away from Alabama. They fought back. It was a 1-possession game under a minute to go. So that's the number 1 team in the nation.
I mean, Quinterly had a look that would have put them up, within the final 40 seconds and didn't take that shot.
Yeah, that's a team you had fighting for their life, Auburn.
Walker Kessler spent most of the game sitting down watching it and not playing in it.
Well, and Cryer didn't play this weekend for Baylor. If Cryer plays, maybe it's a different game.
Yeah. Tennessee would say our best players didn't play against Alabama either. So it's and foul situation for LSU. So home cooking can
Darius
can help.
Days went out in the first half.
Yeah, home cooking can help you a little bit. And, Auburn's been fortunate at times. Ty went down in the Kentucky game,
Yep.
so having the players on the floor will be important tomorrow night for both of those teams when they play each other.
I'm not even sure what their true best road win is. I guess at Florida. I mean, at Memphis they lost.
Yep.
A lot of these games, like Miami, is it's a pretty good win. That's a neutral site game. I think their best actual road win was at Florida, who's...
You still got to consider Gonzaga a road game.
Yeah, I mean, I do. It's going to go down as a neutral site, but it is a road game.
All right, we're going to take a break here in a second, but Forster says this is 2.5 minutes long. Do we want to hear the whole thing on Nate Oats to decide whether or not it was a shot or not question and everything?
Shade or not here?
The dude that asked the question is 2.5 minutes on the question?
No, it's we can just stop after the question if you want to.
Yeah, let's hear
stop after the question.
But Forster says the question has nothing to do with his answer.
Oh, interesting.
So here's a question, and we can stop it anytime you want to stop it. This is Nate Oats earlier, who gets into size of Auburn Arena, like size matters. Here's Nate Oats.
How proud are you of the fact of what you and Bruce have done in terms of raising the relevance of basketball in this state between your program and Auburn's programs?
Well, Bruce had a big head start. Before I got here, he made it to the Final Four. That my last year at Buffalo was their year they went to the Final Four. So he's done a really good job building that program up. Now they're number one in the country. So, he's got Auburn on the map. I think we've able to get this program up to where it's being talked about nationally more. Won the SEC last year. So, Bruce said to me before our game here, now this game means something, not just in the state of Alabama, this game means something nationally. I think this next game means even something more nationally. It'd been nice if we could have handled our business against some of the teams that we should have beaten and beat them, and we'd both be ranked, but can't fix that now. The only thing we can do now is worry about what's in front of us, and I think we're playing pretty good basketball, and they're the number one team in the country. So hopefully moving forward, both these programs are both nationally ranked and both playing for Final Fours and championships, and this game continues to mean something on a national level, and we can get both these places packed. With our home game, it was a little unfortunate. Our football team was in the national championship the night before, and I think a lot of our fans were maybe still down there. And we've got a little bit larger arena than they have, and they traveled over here a little bit. They had a few fans in here. Hopefully, we sneak a few Alabama fans in over there. But that place is going to be nuts because they don't seat very many people. So it's a hot ticket when there's only, what was it, seat 8,000? Is that right? About 8 to 10,000, whatever it is. And they're the number one team in the country. That they're going to sell the place out pretty much every night. So that's what they're doing. So it's a big game in the state of Alabama, but it's a big game nationally, and it kind of speaks to what Coach Pearl's been able to accomplish over there in his years at Auburn.
Yeah, that's an interesting exercise. Right there.
Not a shot at all.
No,
not a shot at all.
When you hear the totality of the soundbite, he cannot be any. I mean, he's basically saying we're trying to get our program where Auburn is.
Now Auburn fans, some will probably disagree because it's subjective, but I agree with you guys. The way that thing played out, it didn't seem like a shot at all.
And see, and that's just as Brown said, a great exercise in journalism there. Yep. People can pull any snippet out and make it sound exactly the way they want it to sound when he's doing nothing but complimenting Bruce and really talking about trying to get some Alabama fans into Auburn Arena. Like Auburn, a great number of Auburn fans were over in Tuscaloosa. Bruce even compared it that night to the way Kentucky travels in the league.
Right.
And so that's what that was like. He was just talking about trying to get a few people into Auburn Arena. Not a shot at all. All right, when we come back, but to the NFL. We haven't talked enough about the National Football League. The Super Bowl is set. We'll get to that. LT's got a 3 and out for us today, and Nate Oats scheduled to be with us live later this hour. Stay with us on the next round. Being brought to you today by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We got poll questions out there as well.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on TNR. Brown, update us on the Cowan equipment poll question. You heard LT talking about Cowan as we went to break there.
I did, Jim Dunaway.
You have a couple of them out today.
We do have a couple of them out. We asked, given the choice, you can only choose one. Would you go to 30A or space? 68% vote for 30A, 32% vote for space.
Yeah. You know the worst thing that's going to happen to me at 30A?
Sunburn.
Sunburn, or I'm going to step on a pop top.
No, you get hit by a car.
Yeah, that's true. That is a bad thing. That would be a bad thing to happen.
Run over by a bicycle.
Yep.
Yeah, eaten by a shark.
You ain't going to be hit by a car in space.
That is true. Rockstar's got a point
Or
there.
eaten by a shark.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, when you consider the amount of people that have gone to space versus fatalities we've had, I think it's pretty safe travel.
Oh, I bet it balances out.
balances out in comparison to
I
what?
think you have a better chance of disaster happening in space than something at 38.
Yeah. I mean, think about, Brown, we lost a whole flight crew on Apollo 1, I believe it was.
That was on the ground.
They didn't go out. They didn't leave.
They were on the ground.
But the plan was for takeoff.
Okay. The Challenger.
Challenger was 86.
Challenger, that was what, 6 people?
Yeah, around 6 to 8.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd count Apollo 1. They were still on the ground and testing. They weren't trying to launch.
They weren't testing. No, they were launching. That was
I think they were testing.
It ignited while they were on the launch pad.
Yeah, but they were testing. Yeah.
Have you seen First Man?
Yeah.
Jim's.
No, I lived it. So I'm not just created for movies. They were. I mean, that was the process to eventually going into space with the Apollo missions.
Right. Yeah, but it was testing. They weren't launching. That's my point. I'm going to draw a line there.
But that's how you get to space.
No,
right?
but if you were like, training for a triathlon down at the beach and you drowned in Lake Purdy.
That's right. You didn't die in a triathlon. You drowned in Lake Purdy. Hey, how do you feel about Joe Burrow? 50% love him. 44% don't like him, but they do respect him. 6% don't like him or respect him.
Yeah. Here's what's happened here. You've got all SEC quarterback matchup.
That's right.
I think it's too recent what Joe Burrow did to both Alabama and Auburn. And so I think the majority of people voting, Alabama and Auburn fans, they dislike Joe Burrow because he was that good in 2019.
Cut 9, Rockstar. Joe Burrow on getting this team to the Super Bowl. This is not that good of a team. This is Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase.
I mean, I agree with you.
This offensive line is horrible. The Titans sacked Joe Burrow 9 times. They had to throw the ball so quick. Burrow had to make such quick reads yesterday just to keep from being sacked by the Chiefs. How they'll protect him from Von Miller and Aaron Donald and the other guy who I never remember his name.
Leonard Floyd.
Leonard Floyd, and there's one other guy.
Sean Robinson's playing really good right now.
I mean, how they'll protect poor Joe Burrow in this game.
Greg Gaines is playing really good.
I mean, no idea how this kid's going to survive the Super Bowl. Here's Joe Burrow, and the fact, though, that they've won the AFC Championship.
I wouldn't call it surreal. I would say it's exciting. I think if you would have told me before the season that we'd be going to the Super Bowl, I probably would have called you crazy. But then, we played a whole season, and nothing surprises me now. I know the kind of guys that we have and the team that we have. So, there's still one left. We're excited about this one, but we'll celebrate tonight and then move on.
Four wins, right? They've gone from 4 wins to the Super Bowl.
4 wins to the Super Bowl. I thought Zach Taylor was overwhelmed as a head coach, a guy that comes off McVay's coaching tree, former quarterbacks coach there. And, watching them early on in the regular season, they were lucky to survive against Minnesota. They lose to Chicago. They had some bad losses. They lost to the Jets. They got dominated by the Browns. I mean, there were some bad losses in there from the Bengals. And, I don't know when it came together. I just think for whatever reason they believe. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest keys has been Evan McPherson. The only kicker drafted in the 2021 NFL draft.
Yep. And they tweeted that. That's why you draft a kicker. They've done that 3 times in the playoffs.
Don't forget, this is a team that had the first pick 2 drafts ago when they took Joe Burrow. They had the first overall pick. To go from that, I think they're the only NFL team to ever go from first draft pick to the Super Bowl in 2 years. I think. I'm not certain about that.
When they've earned the draft pick, not
in a trade or something like that. A team that earned draft pick via record, which is what they did.
Rockstar, bring the picture back up. You don't have to play Joe again, though. What was the Saturday Night Live skit where they had the guys that were
Sprockets?
The Sprockets.
Yep.
He's got a little sprocket to him here. Doesn't
He's got the wardrobe.
He's got a little bit of the.
I don't think they had that bling though.
Was it Sprocket? Where are Sprockets? We're at the dance.
Yeah. I was excited as a little girl.
Yes. Actually, you ask how to protect them. I think it's put marbles at the bottom of the stair, put that big heater thing on the doorknob, grease the steps when they walk outside, freeze the steps.
He got asked about his necklace there, if those were real diamonds. He says, I make too much money for them to be fake diamonds.
Oh, wow.
But that is a lot of and is he a Nike school? Was he a Nike guy?
Know. That is a good-looking necklace. I would wear that.
That's
I don't feel gaudy at all.
I mean, at that point, I was being sarcastic. I can see the swoosh there, but I mean,
the JB9 is like covering it up pretty good.
But does Nike pay for that, you think?
That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine
it's a co-op deal. He pays half, Nike pays half.
If there is a price. If Nike paid enough, you would have a Nike necklace. You would have a Nike necklace. I would. Rockstar
every
would.
day on the set.
There is an absolute price.
I'm not a tattoo guy, but again, I'm willing to put the Nike tattoo on.
I cannot tell you how many people on Twitter and just reached out to me via text asking about getting a camera on Lance watching that game or watching the Super Bowl. And I always tell them I don't think Lance would go for that. And almost unanimously, the response is, Brown, there's a price on everything.
There is.
What would it cost?
Yeah, but, I was telling Lunsford and Forster and Rocky in one of the breaks that, okay, so I went really silent after the Kittle touchdown. So I was pouting. And then after that interception to end the game, some of the motions and moves and whatever I was doing, it probably would look so terrible on the camera. And it would just, everything would be so awkward. It'd be a bad look.
What's
for
the
me.
price? There's a price on everything.
There is a price. I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen you do it. You would not do it because it would impact your enjoyment of the game. Because you would be acting differently.
You probably
because the camera would be on you.
Yeah.
So
we want to get true Lance.
If I could be myself,
I mean, we would have to hide the cameras and you not know it's happening for it to be true experience.
And then negotiate the price to release the tape at that point. Right?
Then we have to go full Tommy and Pamela.
By the way, what does that start tomorrow or Thursday? It's this week.
Either tomorrow or Wednesday.
Okay.
All right.
I do want to see that.
Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City. I follow Greg on Facebook. You can follow Greg, too, on Facebook, and you can contact him on Facebook as well to get a free, no-cost inspection on your roof. But, if you follow the show, Greg Nelson has 10 children. And Greg and his wife are still, really young to have 10 children. He posted a picture on Facebook over the weekend, or at least that's when I saw it, of nap time in his house. First of all, their master bedroom bed had to be as wide as this desk.
Is it like Shaquille's? Do you remember Shaquille's
I mean,
bed?
it's like an over. I'd love
or
Greg.
His bed in, what was it?
Cribs,
yeah.
It was the size of it was a circle. It had a Superman emblem.
Well, this was a square, but it was big enough for a trampoline because Greg is laid out taking a nap, and it's 3 or 4 kids also taking a nap on the bed, and they're laying in all different directions. And it was like his post was about nap time back in the day, and his kids are in their 20s now, and some are teenagers, and I guess some are in the 8th grade. But just a great family. They've been here for a long, long time. And locally owned for 20 years. He's the owner of Storm Restoration Roofing, and he can give you that free, no-cost inspection. Just a wonderful guy. And if you want your roof inspected, if you hadn't had it inspected and you want to get it done before spring and summer gets here, the rainy season, now's the time to do it with Greg, and he won't charge you anything to get it inspected. No obligation at all. He works great with the insurance company, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. You call up this number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, and go check out that picture I was talking about. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. When we come back, a little bit more on the NFL. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride. Whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Right to 3 and Out today. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. We use the old Vulcan Tire hat to start off the show, shuffling through all the topics we were going to do in the first segment. And Vulcan Tire, they got more than hats. They can hook you up with tires and automotive needs. Our buddy Forrester was by the Moody location.
He was. He went in. They took care of him this past Saturday. You just never know when you're going to need something for you and your family. Bumper to bumper they can handle. They took care of Forrester. They took care of Brown last month. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Again, locally owned and operated. Get into one of those 4 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, who's had the more surprising season, the Bearcats or the Bengals?
I go Bengals. I'm not surprised that the Cincinnati Bearcats had the record they had. Would I be surprised they were in the playoffs at the start of the year? Yeah, but if you told me, hey, they're undefeated, it would not have blown me away.
Not even close. I know we flip at 50-50 on the playoffs, but the Bearcats were supposed to be good. They were preseason top 17.
You said there's no chance they would ever allow a Group 5
that part surprises me, but when you said season, just record-wise, I would not have been blown away that they were undefeated.
Okay, so more surprising, Bengals are in the Super Bowl or the Bearcats got to the playoffs?
Now, I would be probably more surprised that the Bearcats made the playoffs than the Bengals in the Super Bowl.
I mean, to go from 4 wins and have the Bengals, I mean, if you'd have told me the Bengals were going to be in the Super Bowl at halftime of the Raiders game, I still would have said no.
There was only one team that had longer odds, and that was Houston. And you remember the Texans coming into the season, it was a lost season without Deshaun Watson. They were 200-1 to begin the season.
And I love the guy who bet, $50 on the weekend and got both scores identical and won $500,000.
That's insane, yeah.
That's fantastic. Good for that guy.
Second down.
Okay, ultimately the better next 5 years, Josh McDaniels in Vegas or Brian Daboll with the Giants?
I mean, McDaniel's has taken over a better situation.
I agree.
Again, that was not a job that was going to be open. John Gruden was not getting fired because of on-field performance. He got fired because he got caught up in some of his old emails. So that's an unconventional opening, so I'll go Josh McDaniels. You're taking over a good quarterback, taking over a playoff team.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Raiders as well because this is a better situation for Josh than the Broncos were. You don't have Tim Tebow you have to deal with there. But I guess there is some question about whether Carr's your quarterback or if you're going to go in a different direction. It'd be interesting to see if Aaron Rodgers wants to play for Josh. But either way, I'm going to go Raiders.
Right now, it is a better situation for McDaniels, but I saw McDaniels as a head coach in Denver. And not that he ever had a quarterback, but I love the way Dable calls a game.
Yeah, but he's calling it with Daniel Jones. The owner says Daniel Jones.
Russell Wilson could end up factoring into this. Russell Wilson wants to play in a bigger market. Imagine if Dable got Russell Wilson, how different things would be with a healthy Saquon. Got to get that offensive line fixed, but I believe long-term more in Dable than I do in McDaniels.
Well, I feel like Russell's best days are behind him.
I would agree with that, but still, it's a major upgrade from Derek Carr.
Third down.
Okay, moving forward, more Super Bowl appearances for Joe Burrow or college football playoffs for Brian Kelly? Brian Kelly's got to stop, by the way.
And the dancing, you don't like that? You say that, but do you know how many views those videos get?
Yeah. And you know how many recruits? I mean, it's basically Jim Harbaugh with his shirt off, practicing and climbing the tree.
I think
it's so awkward.
And it is one 5-star after another is committing to LSU. He's doing what it takes to get
but I get what they call the Golden Girls, the LSU dancers out there.
Wow, that would be a different video.
I'd spray them with a hose.
Yeah.
I'm thinking outside the box here.
Lance is doing a White Snake video. He's not doing an LSU video.
Watch that.
It would get more views.
Yeah. Tiger's gone wild.
Then you just lay Brian Kelly in the corner or something. You spray him every now and then.
Give me Joe Burrow. I'm going to be a prisoner of the moment.
I'm going to go Brian Kelly.
I would go Brian Kelly too. It's just so difficult to get the Super Bowl. You know what's crazy is one of these quarterbacks, Burrow or Matt Stafford, is going to have as many Super Bowl rings as Aaron Rodgers.
I know.
And one more than Dan Marino.
Yep.
And one more than Dan Marino.
Yep.
Fourth down.
Happy birthday to one of the best ever. Nolan Ryan is 75 today. I bet he's in still really good shape for a 75-year-old.
For a 75-year-old.
I bet he still could whip somebody's ass at 75.
I saw a picture of him, young Nolan, like in his 20s pitching. Just a rail of a guy, just skinny, but his arm was just fantastic.
But he's 75. I asked you, ultimately better career, Nolan Ryan or Patrick Mahomes, which Pat Mahomes now...
It's starting to get a little disappointing, isn't it?
It's dicey if you're a Chiefs fan.
He played horrible the second half.
Terrible.
You've got one Super Bowl to show for all of this, and all of a sudden the Bills are really good. The Bengals are in the Super Bowl. A lot of the AFC teams are catching up with you.
When you're down 3 in regulation and you have a 1st and goal at the 6, how did they not get in? That game was over.
I know, and he almost fumbled it back to him.
And they took 2 sacks, and the second sack on the 3rd down that Hubbard, and I'll give him credit, was spying on that situation. But for him to take that sack, that's just
fumble it.
That's something that rookies don't even do.
Yeah, I thought it was a horrible performance by Mahomes. If you showed me him sitting in a hot tub the night before the game with the UNLV team from 1991, would not shock me.
It looked weird.
It looked really horrible, throwing balls into the ground over guys' heads. I will go the opposite of Pat Mahomes, whatever the other choice was.
Nolan Ryan, better career?
Nolan Ryan, better career. I mean, 7 no-hitters?
Yeah, 7 no-hitters and I think 6 2-hitters.
Yeah.
I mean, he was close to like 13 no-nos.
Never won the World Series, though.
He did not.
And I don't think you would ever say Nolan Ryan was the best pitcher of all time. Mahomes is still
the best, maybe the best strikeout pitcher of all time.
Yeah, Nolan Ryan. You're in a conversation with Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
I mean, top 10.
I just saw, and I don't know, Stephen A., whatever you put into that, but he did his top 5 quarterbacks of all time, and he's already got Mahomes on there. A lot of people remember after Mahomes won a Super Bowl 2 years ago, people had him number 1.
Yeah, because of the way the offense looked. But how long is Tariq going to be Tariq, and how long is the tight end Kelsey going to be that? Andy Reid needs to be fired. He was the worst coach team out there. He's the worst coach team out there. He should retire.
He did look like, I'll tell you, man, some coaches, and again, on my boy McVay, and he's only 36, and I think McVay is a great coach, but he looked like deer in headlights at times yesterday, and Andy Reid really looked like a deer in headlights second half.
Totally outcoached by the Bengals, the adjustment in the second half.
Yeah, and I'm not a Zach Taylor. I like Zach Taylor. He took the ball in the local bar. I think that was really cool, taking the game ball. I'm liking him a little bit more, but I'm still not convinced he's a great coach. Having a great quarterback makes you a lot better.
That's right. So don't judge Josh McDaniel too quick yet. I mean, he had Tebow and who?
Kyle Orton.
Kyle Orton.
Yeah.
I was going to say Kyle Orton. That just didn't feel right.
Did you guys like those Broncos throwback uniforms? They look like Wyoming. Do you remember the brown and yellow?
I don't like those.
I don't.
I liked
No.
I kind of liked them too.
No.
I liked them.
I like the throwback with the D and the
horse
bulking
coming out of
Bronco.
it? Yeah.
Yes, that's
the angry horse.
The angry horse. That looked really good.
3 and Out brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. Forrester went and saw them this past weekend. Go online for more information. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, heading to a break here. Mac Jones is going to the Pro Bowl. Don't know if that's a big deal to you guys. Brian Daboll's the head coach of the Giants. Josh McDaniels to the Raiders. Bill O'Brien could be going back to the NBA. That's about everything to the NFL. Excuse me. Could be going to the Patriots. That's about all the stuff we haven't talked about at Link today. Nate Oats is scheduled to be next with us. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Johnson RV Center, johnsonrvcenter.com. Earlier in the show, Tom Luginbill was with us. That is podcasted as well at nextroundlive.com.
Indeed it is. Family owned and operated by Rodney and Nick Johnston. Great guys, top-selling travel trailer dealer in the entire state of Alabama. Find them in 2 great locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from the Next Round here. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week and I've already lost 5 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com and learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Nate Oats scheduled to be with us in just a second. Our friends at Mortgage Right bringing you part of the show today. Brett, who travels the country in a big rig and other things, just walked into the studio here. He's about to pay off a bet with LT. No matter where Brett travels, Mortgage Right is there.
Very true, Dunaway. No better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right. As we roll on and wait on Nate Oats here, Jackson Dart confirming that he and Michael Trigg are at Ole Miss. That happened over the weekend. Brian McClendon back to Georgia. He's a wide receiver coach there. Former Auburn defensive lineman, one of the 4, 5, 6 defensive linemen that have left Auburn. Ian Matthews picks Missouri. He's on his way. National Signing Day Part 2, very 80s Part 2 there.
Part 2. Hot Shots was Part 2.
Is happening this week. Harold Perkins is committing at 1:15 on signing day. LSU, Florida are back to Texas A&M. He's going to go. Arkansas running back Traylon Smith picks TCU as his landing spot. And as we talked about, Jim Harbaugh still in the mix for the NFL. The Vikings got an interview with him. The Dolphins have requested an interview with him. It looks like the Dolphins, if the Vikings doesn't go to the Vikings, it looks like if he wants to leave, the relationship with the owner of the Dolphins may be his getaway to the NFL.
Well, I think what Stephen Ross, who's a Michigan guy, is kind of counting on is Harbaugh showing an interest to going to the NFL, so it doesn't look like I just came up and stole him. So in other words, what I'm saying is I think he would like Harbaugh to interview for a couple of jobs, and then if he gets him in Miami, he can always say, look, the guy was going to the NFL no matter what. I ended up getting him.
Didn't this go back to when Alabama played Michigan in 2019 before Flores was named the coach? And Harbaugh was hanging out after the game with Stephen Ross?
Yeah, and talking to Tua, I think, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and it's just one of those deals where when Harbaugh left, I'll tell you how far it goes back, when he left Stanford. And if you'll remember, it was pretty widely known he was either going to go to San Francisco or Miami, and both wanted him. And he investigated both places and ended up choosing San Francisco, which to his credit, that was a great choice for him because San Francisco ended up going to the Super Bowl with him. So it goes that far back. Miami wanted him straight out of Stanford.
Look, you don't always have to like your coach. I mean, you'll end up respecting him. But, I mean, where are you right now on Harbaugh? Because, great success early on. Michigan looked like it was just going to be really an average run until he went to a college football playoff this year. But, boy, he had some really good years early with San Francisco.
He did. I mean, I don't know how I feel about this because I feel like the NFL game has changed a little bit since he was coming out of Stanford going to San Francisco. And I feel like he didn't stay up with the way the college game changed. I feel like he was slow in changing with the college game.
You guys needed Dable. I think Dable's going to be good, and his ability to work with Tua, I think you brought that up on the show last week.
Yep.
It made the most sense.
I'll tell you what, that worries me a little bit, actually, that he took the Giants job.
Yeah.
Because I know he interviewed with Miami. Does he know something about Tua that makes him go to Daniel Jones?
Over Tua?
Over Tua, that's not a great situation there. I mean, Miami, to me, I don't know about you guys, Miami's closer to the playoffs than the Giants right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Miami's missed the playoffs by a game the last 2 years.
In the Farmfolio chat room, Jonathan says, off of the conversation we had when we first read the text and played a edited soundbite from Nate Oats on the Auburn Arena comments, it looked like he was throwing a little shade on the size of Auburn Arena. Played the whole thing. It was nothing but a compliment to Bruce Pearl's program. Jonathan says, all right, Bobby from Homewood, what say you now? You guys hold him accountable. He just hates Bama. Well, I mean, it's part of the rivalry, Alabama and Auburn. No doubt we renew that tomorrow night down at Auburn Arena, 8 o'clock, ESPN, Alabama and number 1 Auburn. The new rankings are out. Auburn's 1, Alabama still unranked. Kellen, do we really think anyone, even Nate Oats, is using Coleman Coliseum as a measuring stick over another arena? Yeah, in dire need of a new arena at some point in time.
Well, sure. I mean, I think everybody always wants a new stadium or new arena, right?
I can't believe how many years we've been talking about this. I mean, this goes back to when do we started doing a show together? 12 years. I mean, how many coaches has Alabama been through? Anthony Grant. Before Anthony Grant was
Avery was after him. Anthony Grant. Oh, I can't name them all. Hobbs,
David Hobbs.
But anyway, so we
Mark Godfrey.
But we've been talking more than a decade plus.
All right. Well, the one that's actually coaching Alabama right now is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's Coach Nate Oats. Welcome in, Coach. Hope you're doing well today.
Doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing wonderful. Congrats on the win. What was you mentioned that there was some extended time in the locker room after the Missouri game. Your team looked like a different team against Baylor. What happened between those two games?
Yeah, it was the Georgia game at their place.
Georgia game. My apologies. Yeah.
I mean, neither one of them were good losses though. But I mean, after if the Georgia game had been the first one, maybe we handled it different. The problem was we'd had Iona, Memphis, Davidson, Missouri. Before that, we need to figure out what we need to fix. And the group, the coaches can make all the points we want. If the team's not going to fix it, it's not going to get fixed. So I just came in afterwards after coaches talked. I said, I'm not talking. You guys talk, figure this thing out. Let me know what just happened, because no disrespect to Georgia. Coach Crean had them ready to play, and they played hard and played well against us. But we were the better team, and we lost, and it wasn't the first time it happened. So I think, some of the guys spoke up. There was some honest talk amongst the group. Some guys needed to pick it up. We needed some leadership to pick it up. We needed some guys to stop worrying about what next year's going to look like. Let's just worry about the next game in front of us. Let's quit worrying about stuff out of our control. Let's control what we can control. Let's get our attitude straight. Guys in the games, guys on the bench. There was a lot of that. There was some soul searching. Then we had the next day off. We came in the following day on a Thursday, and we didn't watch 1 second of Georgia film. We just emotions were high after the game. 2 days later, let's rehash it. We spent another hour plus talking about what needed to change, and I thought we had a lot of guys playing with the right mindset. Their attitudes were great. Effort was great. And it looked like we were having fun again, kind of back to like we were against Gonzaga and Houston.
I guess if you had the answer to this, you could bottle and sell it. But I guess Alabama fans are a little baffled that this team can beat Gonzaga, Houston, Baylor, 3 Final Four teams, and lose to Iona, Missouri, and Georgia. How do you explain the Jekyll and Hyde?
Yeah, to me, it's worrying about the right thing. Like, let's worry about the stuff that's in our control. Let's give max effort every time we're on the floor. Let's play for each other. And if you do that, all the stuff that you really were worried about in the first place anyways will get taken care of. If it was supposed to get taken care of. I mean, if you're an NBA player, best thing you can do to make the NBA is for your team to win and for you to contribute to winning. If we're not winning and you're not playing well, it doesn't really matter what you're worried about next year. So I think we just had to get, as a coach, that's my job. And I obviously haven't pulled the right strings and pushed the right buttons this year, but I do like where we're at now. I like our roster. I think we've got one of, if not the best backcourt in the country when we're locked in and playing well. Our bigs are coming along well. I think we're starting to figure out our strengths, and getting Rojas back certainly helps, but there's a toughness. We pride ourselves on being blue collar, and I think we got away from that for about a month or so there.
Yeah, what about, you mentioned Rojas, Jawan Gary comes back. He gives you 27 minutes against Baylor. What does Jawan Gary bring to the table when he's getting, double-digit minutes for you?
He shot 7 of 8, and really the one he missed, he makes that 90% of the time. So, he gives you a guy that finishes well at the rim. He plays hard. He runs the floor. He gets offensive board putbacks. He can switch on defense, kind of gives you that switchable 4 or 5 guy. He can play an undersized 5, plays a 4, played a 3 some. And he just kind of gives us something different than the guards and the traditional regular bigs. He's kind of that tweener in between, kind of gives us versatility. But, and he plays really hard. Shoot, he kind of hangs his head on being a blue-collar guy. That goes a long ways for playing hard. A couple of his buckets against Baylor, he just hustled down the floor faster than their team did. We had 2 fast breaks, and he just kept running, didn't assume a make. Our guy missed it. He grabbed the ball and put it in. He just played harder than Baylor did. So if we can get everybody on the team to play as hard as they can possibly play every possession, I think we're a pretty good team.
Just genetics, though, this week, Auburn and Kentucky, they have true bigs inside. Do you scheme around that, or you just throw Jawan and Rojas out there and Bediako and say, go battle them, man, go battle them?
Yeah, Baylor had true bigs too. The 2 of them sat on the bench for the last part of the game, and that's when actually Baylor played better. Because they couldn't really match when we went small. So, Bediako's good with the right matchup out there for us, but when we go small and have Gurley and Rojas and Jawan kind of play the 5 and the 4, I think we can stretch some teams out. Everybody worries about when we go small, can you guard them? Well, the way the college rules are, there's no defensive 3-second. You can take a big out of a college game a lot easier than you can take a guard out. We going all the way back to when I was at Buffalo and we played Arizona, and they had DeAndre Ayton, who was the number 1 pick, and Andre Ristic, who was 7-footer. They played Ayton more like the 4 and Ristic more like the 5 on their defensive end, and we blew them out by 25 with mid-major bigs that they could, you can front the post, double it. You can take care of a big a lot on the defensive end a lot easier than you can take care of a guard. So we'll go small at times and see what they do. If they want to stay big, I think they're going to have a harder time guarding us than we will have a hard time guarding them.
Alabama coach Nate Oats with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. There was a lot of talk on the game telecast about Javon Quinterly talking to sports psychologist and his dad to try to kind of get out of the funk he was in. I don't know how much of that was encouraged by you, but as a coach, when you see a player, I think that is an extremely mature decision. When you see a player do that, it does what for you as a coach?
Yeah, we called his dad after that Georgia game, and his dad, Mark's great. I love him. He's one of the better parents I've ever had to deal with. He never, tries to, not playing my son right. No, none of that. Let's just figure out how to get Javon playing the best we can. And he's in cop up in Jersey. He's a blue collar kind of guy, if you will. So he came down, got in Friday during practice, watched us practice, spent the day with Javon Friday. Brett McCabe's sports psychologist up there in Birmingham. He came in, met with some of our guys. Didn't just meet with Javon. He met with a handful of our guys before the game. So, and Brett's been involved Alabama athletics before I got here. So, this isn't somebody I conjured up. He's been great. I enjoyed talking to him myself. But I think it's important. We call him our player development guy, and now he's just kind of like a mental skills guy that I brought with me from Buffalo, Arnie Guin. Brett's more the sports psychology. That's what his deal is. But I think it's important that your guys' heads are in the right frame of mind. And to be honest with you, we haven't done as good a job as we needed to with some of that over the last month. So we tried to do a little bit better job with it. I've been trying to have more one-on-one meetings, make sure guys understand. I don't want guys to put extra pressure on themselves to make a shot. That's counterproductive. You can't pressure yourself into doing some of that skill stuff. You got to play hard, play the right way, play on the defensive end, lose yourself in the game. And I think that the shooting and stuff will take care of itself.
You were talking about bigs. Is this Auburn front court with Kessler and Smith as good as any front court out there?
Yeah, probably. Jabari's, he's in my opinion, he's going to be the number 1 or number 2 pick in the draft. He's 6'10". He shoots it almost 50% from 3. He's skilled. He's a tough cover. You you want to put a big arm to match size, there's no way you can guard him. So you kind of put smaller guys on him. He shoots right over the top of them. So he's a tough cover. Kessler was in foul trouble the first time we played them. So we were fortunate. Now he's been their leading scorer over the last 5 games. So, as good as, and they've got some really good players. I mean, as good as Jabari is, as good as KD Johnson, they bring one of the better guards in the league, Wendell Green off the bench. Flanagan was supposed to be an NBA draft pick. Kessler's been their leading scorer the last 5 games. So they've got a really good roster. Their front court's great. Their back court's really good too. So, I mean, there's a reason they're number 1 team in the country right now.
I don't want you to leave without me asking this because Alabama fans worry about it often. But I know you're a where you're at kind of guy. But when you see your name mentioned at Louisville or anywhere else that your names will be mentioned, how do you handle that when you're in the middle of the season, when you have this kind of team happening right now? Because this could be a once-in-a-lifetime type team. Yeah, I mean, you focus on what you're doing now, and, it's ironic. Name pops up in Louisville, and we lose to Georgia. Somebody asked me, I said, I don't think Louisville's looking for a team that loses to the last place team in the league. So I don't think I have a whole lot to worry about with all that stuff. But when we redid my contract here last year, I don't know what my buyout is. It's big. $12.54 million.
Oh, really? Specifically?
Okay. Is that what it is?
I think so.
Yeah, it's big. I know it's big, and I didn't really care because I'm not looking to leave. I mean, I've got 9-year-old girl, 12-year-old girl. They like it here. I've got a senior in high school that's planning to go to Alabama next year. Like, I'm not planning to move. So, I mean, it's flattering. It's nice that people would mention my name, but then, you go out and lose to Georgia. You can forget all that stuff. Let's just try to focus on trying to beat the teams on our schedule, and all that other stuff takes care of itself.
Well, that next one is number 1 Auburn at Auburn Arena, 8 o'clock ESPN tomorrow night. Coach, thank you so much for the time. Always a pleasure talking with you.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you having me on. Roll Tide.
All right, buddy. We'll see you soon. Coach Nate Oats with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
What an atmosphere over there this past weekend. That student section, even some good Alabama years, some of that student section didn't fill up. You have to save a certain amount for the students, right? Now reserve seating, general admission, and some of it wouldn't fill up. And what game you were on the court for the game? LSU. The students were there. And the paying customers with a lot of empty seats elsewhere in the arena, but the students were there for that game. Those kids have shown up for the game, and that says a lot about the energy on campus.
Brown, I think it was a crowd off. I think what Auburn did against Kentucky motivated Alabama fans to at least try to match that kind of intensity.
I think Alabama fans get tired of hearing how much better the atmosphere is at Auburn Arena. And the only way, and it is a better atmosphere at Auburn Arena, but the only way you cannot get tired of hearing about it is create that atmosphere in Tuscaloosa. A little harder to do. You're not on the court. It's a bigger arena. It is harder to do. But I think Alabama fans are kind of tired of hearing about that. The only one way you can fix it is try to replicate it.
Yeah. All right. We appreciate Nate Oats so much for being with us. Andy Kennedy last week after their big win, and we'll keep rolling the coaches your way as we hit our way towards March Madness. That's our show today. We appreciate you all being with us. We're back again tomorrow at 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock on the East, 7 o'clock out on the West Coast.
Where are we in England?
In England.
Where Maggie lives.
7 hours past. So it's 8 o'clock there.
Hawaii. 8 o'clock at night there.
Has Maggie stopped talking about Lance as she saw him driving on the other side of the car? That's all she can think about, right?
She's like, how come we don't have that trade? That's the kind of car I want from Bo over at Alfa Romeo. All right. Thanks for being with us. The podcast is there for you. A new Mystery Fifth Hour and Ozark edition coming up this week for you. Rockstar had the drive in today. You can check that out on Twitter and Instagram, all at Next Round Live. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.